The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal will decide whether it will allow a person with forged certificates and criminal conviction to be the president against the Constitution. If the tribunal fails to disqualify Ahmed Tinubu, despite clear evidence of forgeries and criminal conviction, and disregards the Constitution, it destroys public integrity in Nigeria. The evidence before the tribunal is clear that a U.S. court convicted Bola Tinubu of drug offense and ordered him to forfeit a huge sum as fine. He also presented a fake certificate to INEC. The Constitution disqualifies from public office anyone convicted of a crime or who presents a fake certificate because these crimes undermine public integrity. Since 1999, a Speaker, a Senate President, and a Minister of Finance have been removed from office because they presented fake certificates. None of these had criminal convictions, but presenting fake certificates was enough to remove them from office. Today, our country is overrun by criminality and forgery. The tribunal cannot continue to encourage crime. We cannot be a republic of fraud. Otherwise, we lose credit and reputation and become a criminal state where even judges themselves will be victims. The tribunal must disqualify Tinubu for certificate forgery and criminal conviction. It must heed the advice of the Supreme Court in Saleh versus Abba that the courts must actively fight certificate forgery and should never allow anyone who presented a fake certificate to contest election in any public office.
Many high-profile cases will definitely come to you, and they may likely come in company of some juicy, irresistible temptations, especially when they involve mouth-watering financial and business transactions. I'm making it clear to you now that you must flee from such disguised danger. Your reputation and integrity matter much, and it counts enormously in your rise to honor and fame in life. Let me point out unambiguously that in life, gifts and wealth that are not worked for, which are by extension undeserving, are always wrapped in calamity and destruction. Flee from them and keep your heads high above the murky waters of corruption and favoritism, so that you can be conveniently counted among the very best in the Nigerian judiciary. You must, against all odds, conduct your affairs within the ambit of the law and the oath that you has just been administered on you. If you are hitherto 50% under public scrutiny, I can then confidently tell you now that it has automatically risen to 100% by virtue of this appointment. This tempo of public assessment of your conduct and disposition will now assume astronomical proportion. You must equally redouble your effort and dialogue properly with your conscience in order not to fall out of the grace of Almighty God and the Nigerian people. It absolutely takes nothing to join the crowd, but it takes quite a lot to stand alone with good conscience. Several novel business and industrial disputes are occurring in the country virtually on a daily basis that have now inevitably made litigations to go on a steady rise. No court in the land is spared of this. We are constantly on our toes, and the dockets are ever rising in response to the challenges of the time. This underscores the fact that Nigeria ranks among the most litigious countries in the whole world. The onus is on your lordships to fasten your belt and roll up your sleeves to face the challenges head on. You must redouble your pace to catch up with the expectations of the litigants. As judicial officers, you have a defined mandate on earth that you must discharge with unveiled honesty and sincerity. You must give good account of yourselves to justify your appointment. However, if you decide to do the contrary, of course, the sledgehammer will, without hesitation, descend heavily on you. No judicial officer at any level of our courts will be allowed to drag the reputation of the Nigerian judiciary into the mud. We can't come this far to fail. Take heed of this admonition by working rightly towards occupying an enviable space in the annals of the Nigerian judiciary.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we vote, no be you boss like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, you could go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they precate, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be
Next
fraudster.
argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we vote, no be you boss like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, you could go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they precate, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be
Next
fraudster.
argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.
If you are not satisfied with the outcome of the election, go to court. I am sure this phrase has become a cliche in every election we have held in Nigeria. We are even lucky that one of the presidents that came out of these series of flawed elections even admitted, we're talking about blessed memory of late Yaradua, who admitted that the system that brought him into power is flawed. However, he also said, go to court. Now, Tinubu, on the other hand, and APC felt they could repeat the same cliche for us, go to court. Now, when eventually we went to court, they seem to be panicking because the outcome of the system they've established to make it a futile effort for people to go to court and expect something has been put to test, or is being put to test. Now, every Nigerian has his or her eyes on the judiciary, including myself. And let me tell you, judiciary, I've got my eyes on you, baby. I've got my eyes on you, court. Everybody has got their eyes. I've got my eye on you. You're going nowhere. Now, let me tell you something before we rather turn this thing to become a humorous video. I'm not a comedian. I try to look at issues based on their value and then I talk about them. Now, when the election came, right from the onset, it was arranged that it was never going to be a free and fair election. After all, the winner of this present election said, election is not served a la carte. What that simply meant was that election is not an easy thing. Election is not what you just go and sit back and wait for a free and fair judgment or a free and fair outcome. You have to do something about it. And what do you do about it? You have to grab it. You have to snatch it. You have to run away with it. And that indeed they did. But the power of the people who had a choice in Peter Obi said, no, These things must change. Although we still have some people who have refused to heal from their susceptiveness to these evil ways of doing things. These are the remnants of people that are still jagabandists, Agbadorianizing, and all of that. Now the election has ended. Even the person declared first, the Tinubu that they said he came first, I don't think he even came first. I don't think he came first, even in Plateau State. As an example, I don't think Tinubu came second. And to tell me at the end of the day that the difference between Tinubu and Peter Obi in Plateau State is a little bit close to 100, that's a lie. That's a big lie. So the truth is that this set of criminals, including INEC, didn't know that the 2023 Electoral Act, or the 22 Electoral Act, had a digitalized ingredient in it. Now here are a group of people who are manual riggers, who are experts in manual rigging, bringing their manual expertise into a digitalized electoral system. And they made a lot of flaws. And a Peter Obi who was not part of the equation came, and a Peter Obi who was thinking ahead prepared evidence for this battle. Now they are finished. They tried to hide the court proceedings from the masses by refusing to display what is the proceedings in the court live. Yet they even said our small digital phones should not be allowed into the court. But somehow the brave obedience found a way to get information from the court across to everybody. Now every single Nigeria is abreast with what transpired in the court. We've got our eyes on you, babe. I got my eyes on you, and you're going nowhere. That judgment must come, and we must see exactly whether Nigeria is indeed gone or we still have hope in Nigeria. The last hope of the common man is no longer the common man. This is the last hope of Nigeria, being a nation or not, and that hope is with the judiciary, and the hope is with a fair judgment. If you can see every obedience, they are not saying declare Peter Obi, declare Peter Obi, declare Peter Obi. All they are saying is do what is right. I mean, how bad is that? Since when did you see somebody supporting Tinubu saying do what is right? All they say is that Tinubu is going nowhere. Tinubu is going to be ruled in 8 years. Peter Obi will never be president of this country. Igbo will never be president of this country. But every single civilized obedient have always maintained, let the right thing be done. What's bad in that? It shows the difference between people who have head and those who are ready that this country must destroy. Well, violence is not a monopoly of few. They say if push comes to shove, definitely retaliation becomes inevitable. So to every action begets an equal and opposite reaction. We have voted. We have voted and we believed we were rigged. They have asked us to go to court. Now we are in court. Now they are playing games with the date of delivering a judgment. How long will the date be? I hope they will not delay the date to a point whereby there will be an excuse for the judgment not to come. Whatever you do, you know there's this game we play while we were small, where we hold hands and make a circle, and we'll put somebody in the center. That's the position of the judiciary now, of the tribunal. That game where they play that time, you say Apasia, no way, Apasia, no way, Apasia, no way. Then you make attempt to break one place. See, the Nigerian populace hold their hand, kikiri, you pass nowhere. That judgment, you must deliver them. You must deliver that judgment. You pass nowhere. We want to see that judgment. So, delay it all you want. This one, no matter you delay this justice, this judgment, you can't deny justice. You must deliver this judgment. So, all I'm going to say is that please, all Nigerians, all eyes on the judiciary. If you want to go work, carry on that person, come, make it continue to the watch. Call your friends, say, Ibrahim, then like a zone, I want to go peace, and here we are. Follow me, take over from here, they come. You go peace finish, you come back, you say, here we are, go. All eyes on the judiciary. My name is Magnus Soraka, and I say, please follow this page and share this post now.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we vote, no be you pose like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, make we go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Niger, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they break it, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Next argument. Leave the rest for the next argument.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling indignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Let's members of the Senate for denouncing the instruction needed by His Excellency Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, seeking for Nigerian Armed Forces to invade Niger Republic. Nigeria and Niger, we are together. You, Mr. President, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, able to say you share borders with Niger, the Yorubas, no western part of Nigeria, Lagos, Ondo, Ekiti, Oyo, Oshun. If they share the borders with the Niger Republic, can you suggest for Nigeria to go into war with the Republic of Niger? So don't play with our intelligence. We have voted for you tremendously, and we supported APC 100%. But now you wanted to reward us with bad. What concerns Nigeria with coup d'etat? How many coup d'etat took place in West Africa? It took place at Guinea-Conakry. It took place at Republic of Mali with capital at Bamako. It took place at Burkina Faso with capital at Ouagadougou. Why? Then the ECOWAS has not intended to embed Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. Now you wanted to incite war between Nigeria and the Niger Republic. As we at the extreme end of Nigeria, Jigawa, Kano, Katsina, and so on and so forth, Borno and so on and so forth, we have shared the border. Our parents, our forefathers were having intermarried between Niger and Nigeria. I want to repeat it again, that even to say the Yorubas share a border with the Niger Republic, can you suggest war to be conducted between Nigeria and Niger? Nothing more than this.
Election for Niger, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they break it, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Next argument. Leave the rest for the next argument.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling indignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we vote, no be you pose like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, make we go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Niger, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they break it, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be
Next
fraudster.
argument. Leave the rest for the next argument.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you right there. How you guys doing today? It's good to be back here again. Today is Monday, 7th August, 2023. Happy New Week to every one of you. We are here again. We are here again until we succeed in our quest, until we succeed what we are demanding for, until we succeed receiving our mandate back. We are not going to relent. We are going to continue to be here every day, every day. Thank you very much, my people. It's good to be back here again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your own region. I'd like to quickly acknowledge a few people, although I've already showcased many names already on the screen because we have a couple of comments already right there on the comment section. Mother of all mommy diaspora, good evening to you, mommy. Thank you very much for all you do. We love you always, always, always. Madam Irene's Finance, thank you very much. Good evening to you. Thank you very much for everything. Madam Patricia Tagbojumi, Madam Martina Abasi TV, may God bless every one of you for always being there for me, assisting me. I really do appreciate this. I want to appreciate every one of you that is right there right now. The people that have already super chatted me. I have about 3 people right here. I have Adela Jao Gumbi. Thank you very much for the super chat. May God bless you. I want Egbe Ferdinand. Thank you very much, sir, for the super chat. May God bless you. Lady Eugenia, thank you very much for the super chat. May God bless you. May any of you right there, your pocket never, ever, ever run dry. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you very much, my people. I'd like to quickly mention 1 or 2 names again on the comment section. Like Patricia Enofe, my dear sister, I can see right there, Madabella Naomi. Thank you very much, Constant. Thank you very much. Good evening to every one of you. Mr. Johnson, Emmanuel, Pushmore, thank you very much for joining us. God bless you all right there. Help us to press on like button and share. Then we have John Wan as well. Thank you for joining us. He said, thank you. Michael Oganemaro, good evening to you, sir. Thanks for joining us. And I can see Charity Kuku is with us as well. Thank you. Grace Katudu, I can see you right there. Remy K, Unko Vandi, thank you very much. CXL, Pro, Peace, and God. Now God bless every one of you. Yes, my people. We need to move on. I believe I've already acknowledged the rest of you, but if for any reason say I not acknowledge you on the screen and I not mention your name, no verse, I greet everybody. Both those of you that is hearing me right now, those of you that will play back this video later, those of you that will be joining this broadcast later, I appreciate everybody equally. May God bless you all. As you all know, it's getting tougher. The delay of the judgment is becoming too obvious. I don't know what they're doing. There's a lot of speculation going on that they are trying to manipulate here and there. Yes, sometimes, yes, speculation, it goes on, but in most cases, like they normally say, in every rumor, there's an element of truth that goes along with it. Remember when we're, during the time of campaign and all that, now personally, right from the day one, I started supporting Peter Obi before even the word obedience started reigning or before it came out. But personally, from day one, for those of you that have been following me for a while, I said I don't trust the judiciary. That was 1. I don't trust INEC. That was 2. Then I don't trust the body, the government. But many people argue with me here. In fact, some people actually called me out on live, trying to belittle me by telling me they have been in politics, they have been this, they know this better than me. But at the end of the day, what happened? And I asked these people again when it happens. Say, wait till you want to talk for this way happen right now. Because you see, coming on air to deceive your audience is the worst thing that can happen to anybody. You come on air, you just think you get sense past everybody that is watching you, then you are a fool. I'm sorry to use that word. It's like me coming right now. I already have about 1,000 people watching me. I will not think, say, I guess sense past everybody. It's just like the same thing the satanic government are doing to us. They come on air, either they go to channels or Arise to say something that is even obvious. It's just like the last interview with Oshomole in channels, deceiving himself, thinking that he was deceiving the 200 million Nigerians across the world. Listen, guys, we must humble ourselves. Nobody, absolutely, now so my papa, my mama bring me up. Nobody is better than anybody. It depends on your mindset. Once you've admitted somebody is better than you, then you've belittled yourself. You must be able, even though nobody is there to boost your self-esteem, you must be able to boost it by yourself. Don't ever talk down on yourself. Don't ever look down on yourself, regardless of any personality that is around you, regardless of the money they have in their account. Nobody is better than you. Let's respect each other. If I respect you, you must reciprocate. You must. Because if I respect you, you don't respect me, but that respect is gone. That is it. But look at many things where I talked that time. It came to pass. INEC, they robbed us in broad daylight. Now, there's a rumor going on right now that the CJN and all that, allegedly, they are trying to also manipulate this final judgment. We already seen some gullible Nigerians in different platforms already trying to defend these people. No. Mona not talk like that. It not go happen. Mona not put man for that kind of area. Mona not go put something for their mind. What are you talking about? That's the same thing some of you said on this program. No, not talk, say, I never go manipulate anything. No, don't let them do their work. They know that. I would basically argue with me for this broadcast. Say, now you, the teach Peter Obi what you want to do. Now you, they tell INEC what want. They know what they do. They know what they do. They know this, they know that. Look where we are today. We are doing extra hours right now. We all are doing extra hours. We thought everything is going to end on the 25th of February. Then May 29, they will swamp Peter Obi. Everybody move on. By now, we're supposed to be checkmating what Peter Obi is doing in the country. But look at us. Extra time. Now we did so. For so many of you watching us right now, you think it's funny. It's a normal thing. We are happy to be on air. Just come out every day without no break. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's the patriotism in us that's making us doing what we are doing today. When you see some people, listen, when you see people arguing, debating, if you don't have anything to say, just pass. When you try to belittle people, telling people they don't know what they are saying, and at the end of the day, the funny part or the most annoying part of it, when what you mentioned in the past come to pass, these same satanic people will not come back to you to say, Madam Irene, you try, or that's way you talk that time, come. God bless you. Mommy Diaspora, you try, or that's way you talk that time, you come. Nobody will come back to give you that credit. They will stiff and close their mouth, zip their mouth. This is where we are today. Now there's rumor flying everywhere right now that they are trying to manipulate the final judgment. Some of you have already started because I was on a space today. Some of them say, no, nobody should do it. Listen, guys, listen. Judiciary, let me tell you. Say me know they had my face, so I know they had my face. Now only one person they die. In fact, you get the way everybody you today. I'll continue to say the truth. Say it high risk. We are not begging you. We are not begging you. In fact, Judiciary, you are carrying your shoulder, say you think, say we they beg you. Now God will punish you. We are not begging you. Take a final decision. If you like, take any decision you want to take. After all, you guys have been oppressing us for God knows when. But don't worry. One thing you must understand is this. Nothing, absolutely nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. Remember, every Nigerian, including the one that is supporting the satanic leaders, every one of us, currently, we are on the edge. I'm not removing anybody. Everybody, both the one that supported Obi, the one that supported Atiku, the one that supported satanic APC, everybody's on the edge right now. When it sets, like I've said before, I have the power to control the people on my panel. I bet make una not talk this. I bet make una talk this. I bet because of the rules of the platform, because of the rules of YouTube, or rather because of the rules of the Constitution of Nigeria, make una not talk this, right? Now there my power finish. Once they are out of my panel, I cannot tell them what to say anymore. You know what that means? So what about these same people? You now push them to the wall. Look at Samuel Ekpa where they talk just now. You all know that I'm 100% against Samuel Ekpa, but if I say the truth, sometimes I say it. He mentioned one word there where it makes so much sense. Right? That they are killing us. Killing us. We don't know what to do. What is the result? What normally led to agitation? Listen, my statement now, I'm not supporting anybody. I'm not in support of the line of Samuel Ekpa or anybody that is taking lives. But I'm asking you, answer yourself. If you are listening to me right now, what pushes people for agitation? Go to dictionary. Go find what the agitation means. Even in your own house, they know they agitate. You, where they listen to me, so madam, Oga, you know they follow your wife, they quarrel for house. Now, small they start, now, or your children know they question you. It starts gradually. I talk today, you don't listen. I talk tomorrow, you don't listen. Then you are building something in me. Tomorrow, quarrel can start, right? In most cases, it now leads to something else. That is my own definition of agitation. That word where you just may not be true. If we criticize, I must talk, I might be. Me criticize our past. The word we talk, just said they have been killing us. They have never listened to us. So we are ready. We are this. We are that. Not be people push them to the wall. You when they listen to me, so some of you now before they born you, they have been suppressing the Igbo people. I don't want to go there. I don't want to leave my line. But one thing we must understand. You see now, I talk just now, say Igbo people. You see that my wife players now they talk about if they protect in Northerners. The Samuel they protect the Igbo people. Okay, we never see a dope person will come and now say, they protect the dope people, right? What can I call her? Sorry, the Kubo. Maybe they protect the Igbo people. Why Sunday Igbo, they protect people? In this case, every single persons, every single tribes in Nigeria, in fact, the decision that will come from the judiciary this time will give birth to more agitators. Many of them say, wait till this one they talk. They don't drink. In case you don't know, I don't drink alcohol. I've never in my life, I know they smoke. I know they take anything to do with drug. I know my best drink in my life is coffee and water. That's all. So anything while they talk, when I'm speaking, I listen to myself. No matter how angry I am, I listen to myself. In case there's a mistake, I can quickly correct it. I can correct my mistake within a second because I listen to myself. I know what I'm saying. Some people, they say, no, you know, somebody they talk like this, so these people, they are dangerous. What are you talking about? Some of you don't say these people are dangerous. You don't die. Wait till kill you. Wait till take your life. The same thing you try to bypass. The same danger where you say you don't want to talk, put you don't want to fall for trouble. You don't want to make your mama fall for trouble. You don't want to make your papa fall for trouble. He still end up killing you indirectly. Person where get accident now, they cannot go hospital. Hospital, same way they may say blood not day. The woman where fall from lift, the doctor where fall from lift. They say she first spent 1 hour for inside that lift. Meanwhile, that lift where she for Lagos, they say they only complain over that lift for the past years. Nobody do one. That's one. Then when that lift fall, this woman never died. She spent more than 1 hour for inside there. Just imagine the heat, the fractures, everything, she was still there. So now, let's say after 1 hour and all that, they now manage. Can't carry and go hospital. The hospital, they say they carry and go first, say they don't get blood. They can't still pass inside traffic light, everything. More quickly rush and go another one. In the process, then she died. Where to kill that woman? Oh, are you getting it now? Am I making sense now? So if you are listening to me, you are still part of the people that say, oh, these people, they talk every day. I don't want to put it, not concern me. Don't worry until they catch your mama. If they catch your mama, you were the American, they're going to say, they go catch your papa. And then you come and say, oh, either they catch your papa directly or your papa they car, accident happen, to Russia go hospital, traffic full everywhere. After all, for Nigeria, they don't respect siren. The worst country ever. No system. Nothing is working in Nigeria. They don't respect siren. You're not concerned whether the papa they decide the siren. You're not concerned whether the mama they decide the siren. They are not interested. Forgetting that for siren, because even the siren that we are talking about, for me to blame the people, okay, yes, I also blame the people for not respecting the siren. But with the same police people, they blow siren because you want to go see side chick. Yes, you go blow siren, you want to go drink beer. If they blow siren, I see who you want to go eat. Because we've misused everything. Nothing is working. That is the result of a system. A total failed system. Our system failed woefully. If we have to have a better Nigeria, we have to start all over again. And that is what I'm doing right now. For me, I'm leaving my own footprint. Like I've said before, nobody on earth have anything against me. I don't have anything to hide. If you have anything against me, you don't want to talk because you say, may you not offend me or may not offend me. Now God, I go punish you. Expose me. Expose me. I don't have anything. The first day where I hear Mr. Peter Obi talk, say, if anybody find any trace of corruption with my name, he go stop campaign. That day I look at myself, I give thanks to God, say, God, the way you choose to live your life for this life, it matter. Yes, it matter. Because that day go come. That day go come. People will be asking questions. They say, if I do Yahoo share money, now thief some people money for America, UK, now come share money, then $1 million reach your hand, you reach your other one. Because they say, oh, like some, should I call them stupid Nigerians are justifying Yahoo in Nigeria? They said, no, after all, Igbo people first thief our things that year. Our grandpapa, our forefathers said the thief for us, so they are taught to pay back. That's the stupidity. And that, they are rich. Somebody that worked hard. You that is listening to me right now, just say you have 5,000 pounds for your account. Tomorrow, now you say me go buy something for you. Because you say the money will remain for inside your account now for 5,000 pounds, now 2 pounds. How you go feel? What makes us different anyway? Have you never seen the carry Igbo blood give black person way one die before? Have you never seen the carry black person blood give Igbo person one die? Donate blood for immediately. So now our color make us different, right? Okay. Let me come back to what I'm saying. Judiciary, like I said before, we have passed the stage of trying to encourage you. We've passed the stage of trying to rather pray for you. We've passed the stage of talking to you politely. In fact, we are waiting for you to pass the judgment. Pass it. Don't worry. We understand most Nigerians because that one might make una now the big say, after all, most Nigerians are gullible, they're easily carried away, they are easily distracted and all that. Yeah, don't worry. If they call you, if we take this decision, they will call a small of the go enter house and all that. Let me tell you. You see what happened for answers? Answers started from Benin, in case you don't know. Yes, it started from Edo State. Now, most people say they start. Even the gullible Nigerians, if they see the way the thing they move, at the moment they are not interested. Now, so it starts. Judiciary, the only way is not a threat. We can have a better Nigeria. We need to build this country for Christ's sake. We can't continue like this. The only way we can have a better Nigeria, do the right thing. Just do the right thing. And what is the right thing? It's obvious to everybody. It's obvious to everybody. Even the blind can see, the deaf can hear. Just do the right thing. Because everybody, they vex. Yes, everybody, they vex. Most of us, they pretend. You cannot continue to give the best life to your children in the expense of the innocent Nigerians. As I'm speaking right now, we have lots of Nigerians that are sick. They can't treat themselves. They don't have the money. They don't. What are we talking about? Thank you very much, my people. I have a couple of videos to play. I'm not posting out a link yet. I want us to how Festus Keyamo was disgraced and screwed today on his ministerial screening. We're going to take on that. But meanwhile, let's move on. Let's see more videos first. Thank you very much. Press on the like button. Help us to share. And God bless every one of you right there. Thank you.
And will not be accepted by people, especially we here in the north that live in close proximity to this war. These are our flesh and blood. They are our people. They've done nothing to us. They are our allies. You go to Zamfara, you go to Katsina, you go to Niger, you go to Borno State. They have been helping villagers when bandits come. And over 300,000 of Nigerians are IDPs in Niger Republic from all of these conflicts. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, instead of starting a fresh war, we want you to close these wars. Boko Haram, 14 years. Banditry, 9 years. We want you to give marching orders to the military. We want this Boko Haram and banditry to end and end now. It can be done We don't want it to be a forever war. Our societies have been devastated, economies devastated, our schools, hospitals, infrastructures devastated. You are starting another war and you expect us to support you? Why?
Okay.
We voted for you. That is we, not I. I didn't vote for you. Those that voted for you to bring peace to our land. We want you this year to bring an end to Boko Haram and banditry instead of opening another battle front in Niger Republic. That is your mandate from Nigerians, not ECOWAS.
Well, Prof, you've been talking about proxy war. Russia.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I'm going to stop that video right there. I appreciate you all. Continue to press on the like button, help us to share. I'm going to post out a link right now while we take on other videos. We still have more, 2 more videos to go. We're going to take on OGO Bay. I have a particular area I want you guys to listen to there. Then we'll come to Festus Keyamo, how he was screwed in the senatorial screening. You know, I'm sorry, guys. I can't pick calls right now. Let me finish with my introduction. Thank you very much, my people. I saw a couple of super chat from Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Martin Benjamin, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, my people. And I do like watch. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless every one of you right there. I appreciate your support. Please like and share. Lady Eugenia, once again, thank you very much. I want to give Ferdinand and Adelaja Ogumbi. May God bless every one of you. Please like and share. For those of you that just joined us right now, good evening to you, Madam Tusabi. I'm just seeing you right there. Good evening to you. Thank you very much, Paul. Kata, I can see you as well. Mr. Joseph Oji, we can see you. Thank you, thank you. Korobo, Abdesua, thank you very much for joining us. Annabelle, Robert, thank you. God bless every one of you. UTV Niger, now God bless you now. Press on the like button and help us to share. Jonah Baseki, thank you very much. God bless you all. Press on the like button, help us to share. Let me post out this link. Mr. Victor Smart is just coming in. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, thank you. Messenger, I can see you as well. Thank you, thank you. I can see you guys are attacking Abati. For me, I watched this video. I was asking myself what is wrong with Abati, but my energy is saved for Judiciary. I don't want to usually talk about Abati at all. But some people are there, they can never ever change. My brother Mofi Ray, I can see you right there. Florence, okay, I can see you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, my people. True story, Lady P. Good evening to you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's move on, my people. I just posted our link. Click on it, and let's take the remaining 2 videos together. You know, you can join us if you want to talk about this. Remember, we only have 10 spots. 1 is taken by myself just night ago. OVJ, I can see right there. Thank you very much. Now, God will bless you. Now, both those of you that is right there that doesn't like what I'm doing, I still greet you. Good evening to you. We don't have any issue with each other. It's the politicians that divided both of us. It's the satanic politicians that cause division amongst us. We don't really have anything against each other. That's the truth. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Okay, Oga Felix, I can see you already. Thank you very much for joining us. I can see your Oga Felix. Will I say you get issue with your camera? Okay, you are good now. Okay, I'll accept you in. Oga Felix, how are you doing today? Good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today? Can you hear me, Oga Felix?
I did find my brother. I greet everybody. This matter with the one start. Well, maybe we first start the submission. The go hear word.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Let me, Madam Patricia Tabojomi. Thank you very much, Madam. How are you doing? Off your camera, please. Thank you. I don't see you. Good evening to you, ma. How are you doing today?
I'm blessed, Mr. Evans. Good evening. Thank you for having me. Yeah,
thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Enterprise, I can see you right there joining us from Abuja. How are you doing today, sir? It's good to have you on the panel.
Good evening, brother. How is you today?
Yeah, very
and good evening to everyone in panels.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be prioritizing those of you that are joining us from Nigeria when we start talking. Then I have Madam Nena, I don't see you already. That's fine. You know, Ferreira, we just lost you right now. Maybe you come back again. Then give us a mandate, my brother. How are you doing today? Good evening to you.
Good evening. Doing good. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Nice to be here. Great to all the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. All right, Madam Nena, it's good to have you on the panel. Good evening to you, ma. How are you doing today? Mr. Chuso Biboza, I can see you already. Madam Nena, are you there?
I'm here. My background is a little noisy. I'll talk later. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right, Mr. Chukwu, is a good evening to you. So, how are you doing today?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Thank you for accepting me. I didn't know you posted the link earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a wonderful day. Let's talk about this because it's getting serious now. It's getting serious.
Yeah, because it's not making sense. The delay is not making sense anymore. It doesn't make sense.
Look, but when I say it's getting serious, if it makes sense, I can't say it's getting serious. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. We talk about it.
Thank you, sir. I'll come back.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ferreira, I can see you are struggling to come back. Before you get packed, I'll be happy to hear from you. But meanwhile, let's move on, my people. Let me quickly let's listen to audio on what you have to say here. Then I'll come back to everyone again. For those of you just joining right there, please press on the like button. I've not actually checked on the like button. Let me see. The likes is currently on 322. Thank you very much, my people. But remember, we have over 1,002 watching us already. So if we can take the likes further, at least we should be staggering. If we have about 1,002 already watching us, our likes should be at least a minimum of 600 by now, right? So guys, press on the like button so our voices can go far. There's still so many Nigerians at this particular time that doesn't know what is happening. Many of them are not aware what is currently happening right now. So the more we talk, they hear you, they get to understand why we are talking. That's what we're doing right here. Okay, Felix, I don't see you back again. Thank you very much, people. Let's listen to this video quickly.
What's trending? In the wake of uncertainty in the West African region following recent coup d'etat and the ousting of President Bazoum in Niger, the conversation on securing the region and measures to ensure a peaceful return to democracy continues to generate a debate among a cross-section of Nigerians. The Senate over the weekend advised President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to consider diplomatic options rather than military intervention in the Republic of Niger. However, many Nigerians have shared concern on the possibility of war and its adverse impact on the country. While some users on social media reject the idea of sending the Nigerian military to war, others have suggested engaging mercenaries. Well, this is just as former militant leader Asari Dokubo, in a recent podcast that went viral over the weekend, revealed that he owns a private military company that was engaged by the government of the Nigerian state.
I have a private military company that was engaged by the government of Nigerian state. And I've been doing the work for the Nigerian state. Private military companies exist all over the world. We have Black Waters, we have Wagner, we have so many private military companies. They are not even new to Nigeria. The only thing new is that maybe a Nigerian is now providing the same services that South African and Belarusians and other people provided to fight Boko Haram. And we fought. We are fighting side by side with the Nigerian military in many places.
Well, all right, Dr. Abati, a lot of questions here. Like I said in my introduction, people are genuinely worried about the situation in Niger. And you saw that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu met with, governors in the boundaries or surrounding the boundaries of the country at this moment. And now we see this video from Asari Dokubo talking about owning a private military company, mercenaries. I mean, I don't know how this is relevant or even allowed in our constitution. I know that it is against the Geneva Convention to even go to war with mercenaries. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, I guess the matter is as follows. The concern about Niger is understandable. The Nigeria shares border, about over 1,000 square kilometers, converted into miles, 999 miles of border zone, 7 states along that stretch, Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, Jigawa, Yobe, all the way to Borno. And those persons there are saying for cultural reasons, for ethnic reasons. I've heard some people saying they have brothers, they have cousins in Niger, and that nobody should come and wage war against their kith and kin. And that in any case, if that were to happen, it's the people in those 7 states that will be immediately affected, because you will expect that Niger will fight back, backed by Wagner, backed by Russia, backed by the other states, Algeria, Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea-Conakry, who have said, well, we don't support any kind of ECOWAS military intervention in Niger. So clearly, there's an issue there. However, it's not only those northern states that will be affected, as we established. And as I've seen Mr. Tedwa Peterside also establishing, that, look, all of us will pay for it. If you close if the fly zone is shut down, then of course people will have to travel longer to get to Europe or to return to Nigeria from Europe or even within Africa. So all of us will bear the brunt. So the ethnic argument is something that is a bit delicate. What we can hold on to is that Nigerians are saying, we don't want war. We have enough problem in Nigeria.
Yes.
Our president may be the leader of ECOWAS, but why don't we find other means of helping the people of Niger instead of starting a war, the end of which nobody can predict? So that is that about that. And that's why the Senate threw out the suggestion that they would need an approval, that the president needs approval to implement ECOWAS resolutions under, Section 5, Sub 4, of the 1999 Constitution. Now, the point about a private military company, also called private military contractors, also called private security guards and all of that, or private military contractors or private military firms. It's a major issue in international law.
Yes.
In 1989, the United Nations passed a resolution 44/34, which dealt with this engagement of private military contractors. But it became effective in 2001. And the debate was at 2 levels. How do you engage PMCs in maybe international peacekeeping operations? And what is the difference, also nomenclature, between private military contractors and also private military guards?
Yes.
Okay, yes, in Libya, they were engaged. In Iraq, we heard about them. Okay, the example of Wagner has also been cited. Indeed, in 2014, Nigeria engaged some private military contractors, also known as mercenaries. But Nigeria was very careful. Nigeria used the word for training and logistics. They were supposed to train, I think, the 72 military squad.
Yes.
Strike force.
Strike force, yes, 72 at that time. But then when President Buhari took over, he probably being a soldier, and knowing how controversial the engagement of private military contractors is internationally, decided to move from it, and he didn't continue with that operation. In 2014, the issue was Chibok girls. So that's the background. But for Asari Dokubo to say that he runs a private military company, no, that would be an illegal company.
Yes.
It would be an illegal operation. If you look at the Nigerian Constitution, only the police is given powers for internal security. If the police is overwhelmed, then you can bring in the military for limited intervention.
Yes.
Although some of us have complained about the danger in using military for security, internal security work. The third category is what they call private security guards. Those private security guards, they are recognized by law. They are, under the Ministry of Interior, and the Establishment Act of the National Security and Defense Corps allows the Civil Defense Corps to license those private security guards who can be deployed either for public or private purposes. So if he's saying he has a private military company, no, that is wrong.
Yeah.
Because Nigeria does not recognize that. But if he says he has a private security guard company, like all these people.
But he says they work hand in hand with the Nigerian military, and they've been conducting, operations in different states.
Maybe he's using the wrong nomenclature.
In Nigeria.
No.
But even to say that it is considered unlawful, just for Nigerians that are even considering that option, it is considered unlawful under the Geneva Convention to even send mercenaries to war. So, I mean, I don't even think it should be something...
You know, when you go to Geneva Convention, you're even going far.
Too far.
As recently as 2001, I just said the resolution 44/34 of the UN raised issues. Right. So it's a major controversial issue. But we have over 1,100 private security guards. All these people you see wearing uniform. Yeah. They are all under civil defense. They are supposed to work with civil defense or liaise with the security authorities in Nigeria. So it's not like Wagner. Somebody cannot say, I'm running a Wagner operation in Nigeria. That would be illegal.
Very well said, Dr. Abati. Well, in the meantime, a Nigerian man by the name Comrade Muhammad Ali, in a video that has now gone viral, commended the Senate for rejecting the resolution by ECOWAS on the use of force in a bid to restore democracy in Niger.
I want to see this very means to congratulate members of the Senate for denouncing the instruction needed by His Excellency Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, seeking for Nigerian armed forces to invade Niger Republic. Nigeria and Niger, we are together. You, Mr. President, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, able to say you share borders with Niger, the Yorubas, no, western part of Nigeria, Lagos, Ondo, Ekiti, Oyo, Oshun. If they share the borders within the Niger Republic, can you suggest for Nigeria to go into war with the Republic of Niger? So don't play with our intelligence. We have voted for you tremendously and we supported APC 100%. But now you wanted to reward us with what? What concerns Nigeria with coup d'etat? How many coup d'etat took place in West Africa? It took place at Guinea-Conakry. It took place at Republic of Mali with capital at Bamako. It took place at Burkina Faso with capital at Ouagadougou. Why? Then the ECOWAS has not intended to embed Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. Now you wanted to incite war between Nigeria and the Niger Republic.
The Niger Republic voted for APC. I mean, by the way, Ayo, he has the Nigerian, the American flag emblazoned in that outfit he's wearing, and also Gucci. I mean, he's also...
it was hard to miss.
I mean, but that's not the point.
So, very interesting comments he's made, and a few things to pick up. But of course, one of the things that stood out for me the most was that he said that we voted for you, we supported the APC. It seems like the borderline between Niger and Nigeria has been, there's a bit of a, it's been blurred. And now they feel like, as someone has described Niger as part of northern Nigeria, or one of the states, the 37th state in Nigeria. And so that's something that we should be quite mindful of. Yes, in terms of the relationship that Nigeria, particularly northern Nigeria, shares with Niger. However, and him talking about the fact that we've enjoyed cordial relationships, so why should you be coming to war? Why should you invade Niger? I think that conversation and decision lies with Nigeria and Nigerians. We might share a very similar name. We might share similar Nigerian, but that's where it ends. We are diplomatic brothers or diplomatic. We have a diplomatic relationship, but it shouldn't be. He's not Nigerian. I think let's spell that out. Now, in terms of putting an ethnic slant to it is also a big challenge. And earlier today, we talked about that. And we said that if Nigeria does decide to go to war or apply military force in Niger, it would affect all of Nigeria. Yes. It's not just the northern. Yes, initially, the first states that would be affected would be the 7 northern states that border with Niger in Nigeria. But beyond that, when there's a humanitarian crisis, there's a ripple effect in other parts of the country. So I think it's important to not bring in an ethnic slant to this and to begin to talk about, if we're the Southwest. I think that's very wrong for us at this point in time. We should focus on the issues. If the president makes a decision beyond these issues, that the cost of going to war, the effect of humanitarian crisis in the north and other parts of Nigeria, and those issues should be what should be on the table, not the fact that, it's Southwest and North versus North.
All right. There must be peace in West Africa. Well, let's take another story. Bosun Tijani, a ministerial nominee from Ogun State, who was screened over the weekend, made headlines after senators grilled him over a post he made on Twitter in 2019, describing Nigeria as a bloody expensive tag. Tijani came under criticism from members of the All Progressives Congress since the announcement of his nomination, with many asking President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to withdraw his selection. At the commencement of his screening, Senator representing Oyo North, Abdul Fattah Buhari, in reference to the 2019 tweet, asked Tijani if he is still a patriotic Nigerian.
On the 29th of July 2019, you tweeted against the passport and citizen of Nigeria. Do you still believe in that, your tweet today? Let me quote it exactly from the way you put it. Nigeria is a bloody expensive tag to have against your name. Leave patriotism for a minute. That tag is bloody waste of time and energy, but a country. End of quote. Because when he was reading his resume, he was giving patriotism of how he served, blah, 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 blah. If he has changed now, I just wanted to know, and I want Nigerians to know.
Well, Tijani was also made to apologize to the Senate over a 2021 Twitter post in which he described senators as morons. Senate Minority Leader Simon Nwakon read out the post and asked Tijani if he authored the tweet.
Dr. Bosun Tijani, this last tweet and many others that will come, like the one you called your elders, look at somebody like Senator Gumel. I'm sure he was in the Senate there when you said that he was a moron. So, do you still believe that senators are morons? Or do you have an apology to make? If you can tender an apology, we can move on.
Distinguished senators, I was raised properly as a Yoruba boy, both in Agege and Abeokuta, so I do understand that we're not meant to disrespect our elders. And that's not the training that we're given.
Just watch the hypocrisy of this Nigeria Senate on this boy. What they did to this boy. Watch it.
My father probably won't be proud of me for all these allegations. But one thing he'll be proud of as well is that the passion that led me to those mistakes has also given me the opportunity to contribute to the development of this country. So I want to profusely apologize to everyone in this hall, including anyone anywhere in Nigeria that may have been offended about everything I said. I ask that you please, in the process of accepting my apology, that you look at the undertone of everything I've said. I didn't say it to spite. I said it out of frustration and love. So please accept my sincere apologies, please.
Rufai, you know this has generated a lot of reactions. Let me take some tweets. This person wrote, he's very smart with the first 2 or 3 sentences made in his response to the tweet. He's prepared for the questions ahead of time. He addressed them as their son. That's the magic wand. They all kept their cool and listened with interest. And Akpabio already wet the ground before his speech. Well, Jasper wrote, he should have displayed his sincerity and rejected the nomination. The same crop of persons at the National Assembly as at last 4 years occupy the NASS currently. His acceptance just depicts the reality about most critics and experts in Nigeria. They are not sincere, and they are just attention seekers. Once a chance comes, they'll grab it to join those they once criticized. Rufai, of course, I picked your tweet. You wrote, same Senate that refused to review petitions against El Rufai are so excited about Bosun Tijani's tweet. Rather than ask the man questions on how to develop technology and give us substance, it was about how to make him apologize for his convictions. Rufai. The other guy also said that maybe he should have rejected.
So let me even add an addendum to that tweet. Couple of things. And for those that said maybe he should have rejected, a man has a right to reject or vacillate. You know, he can change his mind about things and he chooses to because he wants to make an impact. So please don't demonize people because they criticize people for, because we do that thing very well in Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. Secondly, as regards what I said, this Senate is very hypocritical. Because this is the same Senate, and Orji, 2 a.m. this morning, for some weird reason, I couldn't sleep all night. And I was watching the video of the screening of Mr. Dele Alake all over again. And the senator raised the case about Mr. Dele Alake calling somebody a wild dog. and the Senate shielded that person. So the people that Mr. Larry called wild dog, are they not Nigerians too? In fact, the words of the Senate president was, let's not talk about pre-election matters, things have passed. So there are Bosso's tweets that has passed too. You can talk about that. But when somebody also brought a petition against El Rufai, that was a very important security petition. You said, let's waive it off.
That happened.
Oji, let me even tell you what hurts me the most. And I think I must say this must stop in this country. The infantilizing of young people. They just infantilized Bosun Tijani, which is unnecessary. And I asked these senators that are saying a man of 40-something is a young man. Please, at what age did Yakubu Gowon become president in this country? At what age did Mr. Donald Duke become governor? At what age, even great Nnamdi Azikiwe, wasn't in his early 50s when this country gained independence? At what age did Anthony Enahoro move the motion for independence of this country? Enough of this infantilization. People have a right to come to face the Senate. Don't say, it's because the president is reaching out to young people and all of that. If it's not a shame on us, what is the average age for leaders? Obama just celebrated how many years? 60-something. Yeah. And he had become a two-term president, and this is 8 years after being a two-term president.
Absolutely.
He's just in his 60s. Obama became president at what age? 40-something.
Yeah.
Cameron at what age? 40-something.
Well,
so it's not tokenism for anybody. It is because of their capacity. And I dare anybody what Bosun Tijani has done for this country in the tech world.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. You see the hypocrisy of the Senate. You know, if they say now only that tweet or two tweets with this guy, right, call them moron, and they say make you apologize, that means say apology when me go give, you go plenty then, because I don't call them satanic so many times, you know, and as far as I'm concerned, all of you are satanic. Yes. You know, what led to it? What led to the plight? What led to the anger? What led to the tweets? What led to the statements?
Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Elvis. You see, even the guy himself is a moron. It's the guy himself. He's a moron for going there to apologize to them, which means he's not sincere. Forget what Rufai just said about that. He is not sincere in his criticism. Because if you go there, you tell them, listen, I criticize you because this is who you are. It's as simple as ABCD.
Can I just say something there? If you listen to what that boy said, that boy indirectly said what you're saying now, because the boy said that why they are criticizing
we don't need the indirect. We need to be direct. We need to be direct now.
No, that boy was smart. If those people were not morons, they will understand that boy threw it back at them. That is just my own talk about it.
Yes, he sent it back to them again. You know, one thing you guys must understand, we should, oh God, what a country. Anyway, the actions of this man, this young man, henceforth, because we, the young people, will certainly keep a close eyes on him. You know, we'll keep a close eye on him to see if he's going to become one of them, as one of the Twitter person stated earlier on. You know, if he's going to become one of them, or if he's going to continue to criticize them. But meanwhile, we are going to discuss all this generally. Let's move to how Festus Keyamo was screwed today. Because today was his screening. Let's listen to this. This is how he came into the Senate. You know, another thing I noticed about these Senate people, they always mute themselves. Why? I don't know whether I want to notice them. They always mute themselves. They always mute themselves. Why?
Distinguished colleagues, the last nominee on the list today is a distinguished son of the Niger Delta and a senior advocate of Nigeria, an advocate for justice, and a man who believes in excellence. My dear brother, SN Festus Keyamo, your CV is already with us, and most of us know you. So if there are things you would like to add that are not here, you use the next few minutes to say so. Otherwise, just summarize your life in 1 or 2 minutes so that you can answer questions from the distinguished senators. You are welcome.
Thank you, sir. The President of the Senate, here seated as chair of the Committee of the whole Senate, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, Commander of the Order of the Niger, and once my boss, always my boss, at the Ministry of the Niger Delta Affairs.
Okay. All right. We are going to continue with another video. I have 3 videos combined together so that we can get it right. But let's continue from where it stopped on here.
Both at the Ministry of the Niger Delta Affairs. The Deputy Senate Presidents, all the principal officers of this most revered Senate, and in particular, I pay special recognition to my 3 senators from Delta states. Distinguished Senator Ede Dafinone, Distinguished Senator Egwarewa Adeniyi Keyamo. Paternally, I'm from Delta State, in particular, Uwe local government area of Delta State. And maternally, I'm from Ogun State, in particular, Yewa South local government of Ogun State, Ilaro. And I'm also a constituent of Distinguished Senator Solomon Adeola Olamileko, who is popularly known as Yayi. He's my senator from Ogun West. In fact, he knows I'm from the royal home there, my mom, where they call Ojo Orono in Ilaro. And we enjoy a very, very convivial relationship. I also see so many senators here who are my mentors, my political leaders, who have personal friends over the years, comrades too. I see 3, 4, 5 comrades here who we have enjoyed very excellent relations over the years. I greet all of you, sir. My appearance here today, sir, can only be by the grace of God, sir, and by the special benevolence, and I repeat, special benevolence of our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I want to say a special thank you to him for giving me this rare opportunity to serve. In fact, why I say I give all the glory and adoration to God is that on Friday when my name was announced on this floor, I was already packed, my bags and baggages were already packed with that of my family. We're going on a short vacation. I had given up any hope to be here when all of a sudden they said my name had been announced from Lagos. So I started rushing back and we had to cancel all our trips to go on vacation. So
he'd already packed his luggages and everything to go on the vacation with his wife and children, you know, on his way. 9 years, say they call him, according to him. But my concern here is that he'd already packed his luggages and all that. You stupid idiot fool that is always supporting them. You know if you package, you know if you pack your luggages, right? You see the people who they support, he have options. He have all the money. He can move anytime. You, Mumu, where they support them, you cannot even travel from Lagos to Ibadan. You don't get the money. You know they. And you are supporting them. You are insulting the people that is fighting for your future just because of these satanic people. You see your life? Let's move on. I talk and they go ask me so many questions when it reach my turn. They will ask me questions. As far as I'm concerned, you all are satanic.
Give God all the glory and all the adoration, sir. Briefly, sir, I am a member of the Inaba, sir. I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria. I practiced law for about 30 years, sir. And I'm also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration in the United Kingdom. And so I also practice international arbitration, sir. I was called to the Nigerian bar about 30 years ago, sir. And over this period, sir, I have used the instrumentality of the law in many situations to advance the cause of democracy, sir, and the respect for the rule of law. That has been the story of my life. In fact, coincidentally, sir, when our present president was in exile, fighting for the return of democracy in Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we were the young lawyers in Nigeria here who were empaneled by my late boss then, the late Chief Ganifayemi, who were coordinating the release of NADECO leaders who were detained across the country at that time. Many of them. So that was the role we were playing while our president was abroad at that time on the platform of NADECO, also fighting for the return of democracy to Nigeria. So coincidentally, our paths crossed again when I joined the Action Congress of Nigeria in Delta State, just at the cusp of forming the All Progressives Congress at that time. And of course, we were the foundation members of the APC from the ACN in Delta State. Sir, my struggle and battle for the respect for the rule of law also led me at some point, sir, to fight for the rights of the Senate. And I'm sure you all know that, sir, that over the years, I felt that because we had left military rule, that it was important for the military to subject itself to this democratic institution. This is a star democratic institution that we have. When the military take over power, they suspend their first port of call is in parliament, they suspend parliament. So because this is the bastion of democracy. So I felt that if I looked at all the provisions of the law, and I felt the military had to bow to this Senate, had to subject itself to the authority of the Senate. And so on my own, I wrote then to the Senate President, Senator David Mark, I wrote to the then Attorney General Andwaka, I wrote to all of them that, look, this procedure is not right. The military must come here for confirmation before they assume, their duties, the service chiefs. So I went to court on my own volition. And I won the case for this Senate, for the National Assembly, to have a voice in the confirmation of service chiefs. And that's the powers you are enjoying today. And that is the case of Keyamo against the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which I won, and that was how I fought for the powers of this Senate. I've also served as a private prosecutor for the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for so many years, before I was appointed a minister in 2019. And in that role, I served the country in prosecuting, economic and financial crimes, politically exposed persons. And also, as a private lawyer, I represented clients across the country, both the rich and the poor. I represented so many of them. In the course of that, I won so many of the cases. I lost so many of the cases, like all lawyers do. And of course, many of them are still pending in court. This passion for the promotion of rule of law and human rights led me to receive the global award called the Global Human Rights Award by the United States Global Leadership Council in Washington in 2017. I was conferred with this global award. And in 2019, sir, I appeared before this same revered Senate. I appeared here as a ministerial nominee, and magnanimously, sir, you confirmed my nomination at that time as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I was first at the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, where I served with my boss here, Senator Gospel Fabio, and later I was also at the Ministry of Labor and Employment, where I was oversighted by one of the best senators I've ever met in my life, my friend, Senator Godiya Akwashike. Luckily, he's back here today, and he was my chairman of my committee at that time, and we enjoyed very excellent relationship. There were one or two.
Since we Keyamo they talk, I don't know whether now let me notice. Una don't hear say don't talk about any important thing or any meaningful thing apart from I ain't know this one, you know this one, you know that is not.
Honestly, Mr. Elvis, I was just waiting to talk about this. Since this Keyamo, I'm just waiting. You're very right. I was just waiting for opportunity to speak on this guy. This guy is a.
Let's move on.
Now only enjoyment day match where they talk
This
since now.
guy is criminal personified. It's crime personified. Look at him. Look at him.
Let's move on to. Let me take him out because he was talking about how he know this or he know that. But this man here, I don't know his name. This senator, so this man go put smile for on her face. Make una listen to that. I take screw Keyamo. Let's listen to him.
Nigeria, Petabia Central in particular. Nigeria, Petabia Central in particular. Mr. President, I want to read section 88, 1, A and B, but I will anchor my position on B. Let me start from 1. Subject to the provision of this Constitution, each House of the National Assembly shall have power by resolution published in its journal or in the official gazette of the government of the Federation to direct or cause to be directed investigation into any matter or thing with respect to which it has power to make laws. B, the conduct of the affairs of any person, conduct of affairs of any person, authority, ministry, or government department charged, or intended to be charged with the duty of or responsibility for executing or administering laws enacted by National Assembly and disbursing or administering monies appropriated to be appropriated by the National Assembly. Mr. President of the Senate, I'm aware that this National Assembly and this arm, the Senate, has 3 major mandates. 1, lawmaking. Secondly, oversight. And thirdly, representation. And I know quite well that what we are doing today is a continuation of what we did yesterday. And I'm happy to have the nominee here present. And he has said wonderful things. And which of them he said that he used instrumentality of law, which he is part and parcel of, to advance the cause of justice. And I know quite well as well that this House or this Senate usually use the instrumentality of legislature to advance the cause of fairness. Mr. President of the Senate, I want to bring to the notice, because I've been a 2-time House of Assembly member, 2-time House of Rep member, and today a senator. And I was in the 8th Assembly of the House of Representatives, and the 9th Assembly, and today I am here. And I know that our rule book does not in any way exclude the continuation of free-will drive of one section to the other.
Una here, for me, oh God, I was so happy listening to this man this afternoon. Make una listen to him.
Having said that, Mr. Senate President, I want to bring to the notice of this House that sometime in 2020, that an issue came up. And that issue was the public works program. We all welcomed it with open hands, because this is something that will help our people. Today we are talking about paying 8,000 to some people to make sure that it will alleviate poverty. Then it was the amount of 20,000 to 1,000 persons across the 774 local governments, which my local government is part of it. And I'm sure your local government is part of it. And today, 1,000 per each local government minimum, 20,000 naira, has a great multiplier effect that will make our people cushion so many effects that would have led our people into a very greater height. But what really happened? At a point, we wanted to carry out our responsibility, because if some people can use the instrumentality of law which they find themselves within their confines of their own authority, to advance for all their justices. Why can't we use the instrumentality of the legislature to support our people and help the populace, which we represent? Then, at that point, we invited the nominee, because this thing has been a subject of controversy and public debate, which I don't know. We wanted to know and give him fair hearing. Please tell us, because it's now within our own confines authority to know what happened to our constituents. Say, please come and tell us what really happened. What is the structure? What are the indices you are using to carry out this thing? Because our people will hold us responsible and accountable. And when he was invited, what we are talking about is a 52 billion naira appropriation, and the right of appropriation resides on the legislature. That is our right. And I know quite well that the right of oversight resides on us, because we have to hold you accountable for whatever thing we are proposing.
Okay, somebody just confirmed. I don't know his name. Anybody know his name? They said a Labour Party senator. You see?
Yeah,
you know?
he's from Abia State. I forgot. I'll find out his name.
And he's from Labour Party.
If he's from Labour Party, then it might be now, but I don't. I'll find out his name. I think I know the man. Let me get his name.
No, I'm so proud of this man. To be honest, I'm proud of him. You know, let's listen.
Pray to you. It is our right. And when the right of oversight resides on us, because we have to hold you accountable for whatever thing we appropriate to you. It is our right. And when he was invited, he expressly told us, to the public, that we want to hijack his role. That we want to blackmail us, that we are corrupt, that we want to hijack his role. And I know that he midwifed the process. Nobody's against that. He midwifed the process, and this falls within his own area of operation as the junior minister for labor and employment. Highly welcomed. And not only that, he went as far as in the public line to say that when he was asked, which indices did you use to gain this? He said, in quote, they are not from the moon. That was too arrogant to answer Nigerians that way. Because we're talking about what we support and help our people. That is why we are here. Anything outside that, I'll walk away from this chamber. My interest, your interest, and the interest of everybody.
Anything outside that, I'll walk away from this chamber. When I see people speak, the same way I will speak, it makes me happy. Anything outside that, I'm here for the people. Anything outside that, I'll walk away from this chamber. When I hear him, I'm so proud. They said that Labour Party senator from Abia State, his name is Daliti Uwankosha. Now God will bless you, sir. I'll find a way to bring you here to come speak to us. This is what we are looking for, because you will die one day. Stand for what is right. Now say no. Now I want to drive exotic cars. Let's continue. Thank you very much, my people. Please help us to share.
What did you use to gain this? He said, in quote, they are not from the moon. That was too arrogant to answer Nigerians that way. Because we're talking about what we support and help our people. That is why we are here. Anything outside that, I'll walk away from this chamber. My interest, your interest, and the interest of everybody is our people. That is why we are here. Not whatever thing any person is saying. And today, we need to find out, Mr. Senate President. Nobody is stopping him from being cleared. No. And I'm happy the way the president has sent so many people, great people here. We have questioned them, passed through the screening, wonderful people, and we're ready. As much as they are ready to work with the system, we are ready to clear them. But not on the grounds of putting something under the table, not granting some people fair hearing, because I would like us to grant him fair hearing, since he has been running away from it, for Nigerians to know what really happened. Because I wouldn't like any person to be holding that, because this thing has been subject of debate here and there. What happened to the 52 billion? What happened to the... But he is here, and it's our responsibility to find out. So, Mr. President of the Senate, I'm of the opinion so strongly that he has to tell us what really happened, but not here. We have to keep it down a little bit. We're not saying that we're not going to clear him. This is a house that can reconvert at any point. You can even call for an emergency and we'll reconvert. Because we would not like what happened at the last administration, where some people felt that the president was in charge and so many other things were happening out there. We won't take it this time around. We want a situation, we hold you responsible from the onset. Since Mr. President has started showing us the right hand, we must follow along that side to make sure that we work with him in that right hand as well. Therefore, Mr. President of the Senate, I'm of the opinion that we hold this down a little bit, and I move a motion that we suspend forthwith this nomination and wait until when this is cleared, so that he can freely work in our environment and tell Nigerians, I have perfectly done well because this record has been put straight. That is my submission, Mr. Senate President. I rest my case.
Distinguished colleagues, the point of order raised by Senator Darlington Ugocha is noted, but on the motion there is no seconder. Okay, but let's find out first. Senator, there's a motion on the ground. If you want, you can second it and amend it, whatever. So if there is no seconder, Leader of the Senate, the point of order had been noted. Now he also proceeded to move a motion, which has not been seconded. So, okay, Senator Abaribe, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second the motion, very ably moved by Senator Darlington Ugocha, that in view of Section 88B of the 1B of the Constitution, which mandates the National Assembly to go ahead and look into the conduct of affairs of any person, authority, or ministry. And where such a person refuses and deliberately stays away from letting the National Assembly do its work, and in view of the fact that this nominee rejected the summons of both the House of Representatives and the Senate, that I do support that this nominee should be stepped down pending when he decides that the National Assembly has that right to inquire into the workings of a minister and his ministry. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those who are in support of the motion that the screening of the nominee be stepped down until further inquiries. Say aye. Aye. Those who are against, say nay.
When I know the happen for my person, in case you don't know, the screening did not happen. Most of the senators did not allow the screening to happen. They have to now go for emergency break. So everything was suspended, except the one go do for inside closed door meeting, as they do one before in secrecy. They don't let it happen. Normally, with what we see today, Keyamo shouldn't be accepted as any minister, even though they are there temporarily. It shouldn't. We cannot continue to allow satanic people to get a public office anymore. But people, I'll stop this video right here. I really want to hear from people. Thank you very much, my people. Or should we continue with the video? Let me ask you guys on the comment section. Please write it there. Should we continue or we should start talking?
I think it depends. Maybe a lot of people have not seen it, but for me, I watched the whole thing. But I don't know for other people. But maybe for the benefit of people who did not see it, the whole of it, maybe
we should finish the video, right?
Yeah, maybe we can finish it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just speaking for myself. I don't know for others.
Okay.
Distinguished colleagues, don't worry. Distinguished colleagues, distinguished colleagues, speak from there, please. Distinguished colleagues, I will put the question again.
Give him the chance to talk. We're supposed to be fair. Give him the chance to talk.
Distinguished colleagues, distinguished colleagues,
what Akpabio is trying to do here, he wanted to pass him. But people say no. Now, he want to put the question again to see how he can confuse people so that they can pass Festus Keyamo. But
because he himself is a criminal. He knows
of
what
course,
he's
they planned it.
Yes.
He wanted to pass him by force.
He started stuttering.
Why do you want to pass? You want to put the question again, even when it's obvious that people is saying no?
Can you imagine if they have a of those LP senators all now coming out to speak on the same thing?
Let's move on.
Point of order. Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, point of order. Somebody insulted us here in the room.
You have not done anything. You have not done anything.
charge of this Senate.
Distinguished colleagues, distinguished colleagues, I will put the question again.
Order, please. Distinguished senators, sit down, please.
He can only be.
My people, not be me the mute.
Order, please.
Not be me the mute and them now so that they do them. Watch them live. They're always muting themselves. They don't want me we hear some things when they talk. It's a deliberate act.
Distinguished senator, take your seats, please.
How distinguished they are.
Distinguished colleagues,
the only parliament where I know for my life where they mute themselves. If they watch UK parliament, they don't mute themselves. They hear everything. The only one where I know for the whole world. You know why? Because they don't want mistake make happen. You see, they are muting themselves. Not be only today, every day they are doing this every day. See, that's the other way they control all the mic. They tell them, say, they off all mic where people they say these people with this social media, but they don't go carry our word, go social media. See, they will just mute them. The whole spirit.
Distinguished colleagues, the President of the Senate, sit down. The President of the Senate is on his feet. Refer to Order 62 of our rules, and I'll read for those who may not have gone through. Whenever the President of the Senate or the chairman rises during a debate, any senator then speaking or offering to speak shall immediately sit down, and the Senate or the committee shall be silent so that the President of the Senate or the chairman may be heard without any interruption. I am of the view that we are not the people that nominated the nominees that we have been screening. From the president, a lot of indices must have been taken into consideration. Under a rowdy situation, we cannot arrive at anything. But I've noticed that from the, even here, some of you are prepared to stretch the rule to even asking for division. But we will not go that route. Leader of the Senate, lead us right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, and very, very distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, may I at this time move that we dissolve into an executive session to be able to iron out some issues. But before that, I guess my first motion should have been based on Order 8 sub 3 of our rules to move for an extension of time for this Senate to be able to sit beyond 2 p.m. This should have happened some 13 minutes ago, but for what was going on. So, sir, please take it that my first motion right now is a motion for extension of time based on Order 8 sub 3 of our rules to enable us clear the other items on the order paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second the motion that will extend our sitting time to beyond 2 o'clock to enable us continue today's proceeding. I so second. And no, he will. And
distinguished colleagues, the motion do late has been moved and seconded by the minority leader that this August Assembly do extend its sitting time beyond 2 p.m. Those who are in support of that motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Our sitting period is extended beyond 2 p.m. Minority leader. The Senate leader. Is this your confusion here?
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. I move that we resolve into an executive session to enable us a closed session, otherwise also known as executive session, to help us iron out some issues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. We stop it right there. I want us to start talking. Thank you for your time with us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. As you all can see, that this is the situation where we find ourselves. It's very, very sad that you can see all our senators. It looks like many of them, they are just playing. You know, they look like kids playing. It's only one or two that is standing for what is right there. And number one of them is that our Labour Party spokesperson, just senator that was talking, Senator Daliti, Kosha. I'm not sure if I pronounced his last name properly.
Yeah,
you know,
Kosha.
Okay. As you all can see, that what is, especially Akpabio, the Senate president, what he was trying to do, because Tinubu already tell and already say, whether rain or sun, he must be cleared. All this what they are doing, oh, go there for screening and all that. No, people don't already do what they talk, say, whether rain or sun, he must go through, regardless of whatever anybody say there. But let them talk, make them move, may not be like, so not let them. It's just like we going to vote. That's why you see, you know, God forbid they don't bring a rerun in. You don't see anybody will go come out again. Because they'll say our voting before not count, right? So the same thing, you know, because they've already before, since Nigeria was created, these people, they don't take vote from the people, they decide who wants to run. That's what Tinubu wanted to do now. Now this one now called who come. It can't become problem. So that's what they're also doing right there in the House. You know, they don't go for executive meeting and all that. You know, you go here now, say tomorrow, say they don't clear them. The dollar sign support what we are doing here. Help us to share, like this broadcast as well. Currently, we have 433 likes. We have over 1,350 watching us across, and the likes is not still good, 433. If you can take the likes to 800, that would be fine. Press on the like button, my people. And even as I'm speaking right now, nobody's pressing on the like button. Just press it. If you know you like what we are doing here, the energy to put in this introduction is not very, very easy. Except maybe, you know, okay, yes, I'm right. You know, I just refreshed. I was thinking maybe the number is not right. It's right. It's not 439. You know, so please encourage us to do more for you. Now, God bless every one of you. I'd like to start from someone that's joining us from Nigeria quickly to hear from them. Let me go to Enterprise. Enterprise, thank you very much for joining us once again, sir. I'd like to hear from you. 8 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, and good evening to everyone in the panel. I go first to Tinubu. The war that is waged against us, the war is not against Nigeria. The war is not against Niger. It's particularly about North. Why would you start war if National Assembly approves it for him? Why you want to start war? Those to fight North. He is interested to fight North. His mind, his aim is to fight North. Because nothing, we didn't have problem with Niger. We will manage from Niger. Also Niger manage from our side. So what he decided to war against us, the way we offended Tinubu, the way we offended him, most of some people in the North vote for him. I particularly don't vote for him because I'm not a religious person. So I'm not just partial on what I'm doing in life. I don't like you, I don't like you. That's my own. So some of our North people vote for him, and they wanted to war against us. So what is aim? What is the aim? So do we offended him in any way? So that's by the way. So let me go to Judiciary. Please, Judiciary, I'm still coming back to you again today. I says, please and please to you. Judge rightly. You see, look, you have evidence in the court. They bring everything to court. If we to look into it, look into those things they bring to court, and then give judgment based on those evidence they give to in the court. Look, I'm saying it again now. We vote Obi, we do not vote anybody. I told you I'm not feeling fine, but I go through the polling unit in Abuja all. In my areas, I walk all around. I park my car. Even though I'm not feeling fine, I park my car and walk all around. Or be winning from all the polling units. So Judiciary, please and please, do give the right judgment. Don't be afraid of anybody. Don't be afraid of Tinubu. Tinubu is a person. 200 million of Nigerians decided to vote who they want. Please, those 200 million Nigerians that vote, consider them. Don't consider Tinubu. Tinubu is a one individual. So I want you to know that you have personality. You have your own views. So judge according to what they bring it to the court. Please and please, I am begging you, Judiciary. You have your own personality to judge. Judge according to what is in court. Please and please, I am still begging because look, it's good for us not to beg. It's good for me to beg you now. Look, Nigerians are very angry, and they'll check. Sorry, I'm sorry to say they will take law into their hands if you fail to do what is right. Do what is right, please and please. Judge according to what the evidence they bring to the court. So don't scared. You see, Judiciary is to give us, lead us of our constitution, give us the rule of our constitution. So you are to guide us. You are not to break us. You are not to cause confusion for us. You are to guide us according to our constitution. So if you are to guide us according to your constitution, according to our constitution, Nigeria, how can you failures because of Tinubu. 200 million Nigerian people decided to go and vote. Please and please. I'm just trying to say this is out. I'm not feeling fine, but I have to vote myself out because I go out and vote, and my vote was not counted. I'm very angry. I am very angry. I'm not happy with this situation. Please and please. Give right judgment to who deserve. Who will vote for Obi, give to him. I know Keyamo is a Igbo man. I decided to vote. We are not looking to rather Igbo. We are looking for right person that will lead us in this country. We are suffering. We are suffering for how long? We can't be looking because maybe your religion, you're from this tribe, you're from this tribe. No. We are looking at the person who move this country to the higher level. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are suffering. Please give the right judgment. It's left to you. Ball is in your hand. It depends on where you play it. If you play it right, Nigerians will back you. If you play it wrong, Nigerians will not back you. And if Nigerians decided not to back you, look, you are going to be in heavy mess. Tinubu is one individual. But 200 Nigerians cannot check their destiny into the wrong hand of someone called Tinubu. Please, that's what all out that I have to say this evening. Please and please, Judiciary, I'll repeat again my word. I say please and please, give us right judgment. That's all we want from you people. Do that and get your credibility. Do that and be seen as someone. Look, they say some people say, yeah, that kind of judgment has never been given for. Let it be you people are the first person who will break that record by doing right. Do right so that you can break that record. Look, it's better to do right than to do wrong. So please, the ball is in your hand, Judiciary. Play it very, very good. Play it in a nice way. Play it in a good way. That the judges will command you people. And they'll stand by you people. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your passionate delivery. I understand how you feel. A lot of people are feeling the same. A lot, especially those of you that live in this country, Nigeria. It's very, very pathetic. I like the part where you said you don't care whoever, wherever anybody comes from. You just need a good leader that will govern the country so that you can have a good life. I like that. You're not tribalistic. You are not an Igbo man. You are a Northerner, and you are saying this. So, yes, Judiciary, you have to do the right thing. Thank you once again. I'll go to Madam Helen. Madam Helen, thank you very much for joining us. I'm prioritizing you because you joined us from Nigeria as well. Good evening to you, man. Please talk to us if you are there.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Okay, Madam Helen, sorry, let me come back to you. I'm sorry. I have somebody on the phone. Let me quick. I think it's Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, thank you very much for calling in. Good evening to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes,
thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you very much, sir. Talk to us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody on the comment section, those watching us worldwide, thank you very much. I listened to the guy that just spoke. For me, I don't know. In a way, I agree and I also disagree with him. Yes, I'm not a violent person. Well, now we are all my brothers and sisters who are sharing boundaries with Niger Republic, they now see the reason to say we don't want war. They now see the reason to say we don't want crisis. But Nigeria itself has been at war. in Benue State, in some side of the country, some parts of the country. Many Nigerians have suffered a lot from people from the same, some wicked people from the northern side of Nigeria who are sponsoring banditry, who are, in fact, Dubai, the Dubai government at the time released a list of northern senators and governors who are sponsoring banditry and Boko Haram. So now they are about to feed off their own medicine. So I pray it doesn't happen. But when we talk here about karma, when we talk here about, things bouncing back to you, people think we are just loquacious, or we are just mandibular, or we are just, malodorous, or we are just vivacious. It has come now to their doorstep. It has come now. Whether it came by Tinubu or it's coming from Niger, but it is coming. Those food you gave to people in Benue, those food you gave to people in Nasarawa, those food you gave to people in the eastern part of the country, those food you gave to us across the country for the past 7 years, God is about.
Bros, I'm not super apology.
No.
I'm
Wait,
not
let
super
me
apology,
finish.
please.
No.
Yes, I'm going somewhere.
Let
I'm
you
going
finish.
somewhere.
Caller.
A lot of people paid ransom to free their loved ones from the Abuja Kaduna train, where we have people in government, in Senate, northern governors. Their names were mentioned in Dubai. Emirati government released names. Rufai was allegedly to have been responsible for the taking of the lives of more than 1,000 Shiite Muslims. Listen. When you think you are smart, when you think you know it all, when you think you are taking lives for the sake of one God somewhere, what goes around comes around. I don't want war, fine, but there are things that can never be forgiven. Blood is crying. The lives of people are crying before God. Nigeria need healing. So what's about to happen in Niger Republic, whether Senate veto it or not, it may still happen if it is justice. So some people in the north, this should be a lesson. I'm not saying everybody. This should be a lesson to some of our politicians who benefited from the killing of Deborah. Did you all come out like this when Deborah was taken? Broad daylight? Where were all of you who's crying foul play now? Where were all of you making videos? Where were the senators when Deborah's life was taken? Broad daylight for just a tweet, innocent girl was burnt alive. Broad daylight. Where were you who just spoke on our platform? Where were you, my dear brother? Did you cry out? Where were the governors? Where were the senators? Where were the rep members? Where were everybody who is crying now, who've come out suddenly, adventitiously, lending their voice
I'll give
against
him
the
the
war
right
coming?
of reply.
Let me just round up with this before he replies. For me, I'm not saying everybody did it, but when a region is doing something and people kept quiet, it's assumed that all of you did it. At the time, there was a time, as I round up, there was a time a man, a notorious criminal called Anini was, disturbing some part of the country. He was a Benin man from Bende State. Each time you go to Lagos, they will say, look at Anini brother. If you are from Edo State or Bende State, they will say, look at Anini brother. They stigmatize us with that name. So I'm sorry, my dear, good Northerners. I'm sorry this thing is robbing you. I pray there is no war. But you cannot see that no man can play God. Who knows what is coming? Who knows? So let me hear you.
Thank you.
Let me hear you.
All right. Enterprise, you wanted to say something, please respond to that quickly. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Look, my brother, I'm not strategy. Let me tell you sincerely. Look, the other thing I'm talking about, believing in the north, we go against him. And I'm telling you, if I see him one-on-one, as I talk to you, that if I see any Keyamo one-on-one, I'll hold him. If I said one-on-one today, you people are going to hear what we will do to them. We're not happy with him. This look, if I say complete devil, please you don't talk of him. And I'm not talking about it.
No,
Simple.
That's round up, sir. Round up. Thank you.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you. God bless you. All right, Mr. Alex. Yes, sir.
Please, just 30 seconds, sir. Please, I'm trying to come to the point. It's not easy. Let me just say this: I'm not against Northerners, but if you've been in this country in the past 7 years, you know the red oil that flowed in this country, especially under Buhari's government. It became obvious that those in power in the north, I will not put water in my mouth to say it. In the north, we're benefiting, we're happy with the red blood flowing, with the kidnapping, raping of women, invading of farmlands. They will catch somebody with 5 naira, they will take him to police station. But a Fulani man will parade the streets of the country with AK-47. This was what led him up the Kanu to some of the problems he has today.
Oh, look, this people are mentioning.
Okay.
This people are mentioning that former president are mentioned. We're not a fan of him. We're not a fan of him. These people are see, let me tell you, these people, we do not accept them at all. Just once some people keep quiet, you should not think that the whole North is they're supporting him. We're not supporting him.
Mr. Enterprise, let me tell you something. For you to come out and join this panel at all, I have so much respect for you for that. For you to come out and join this panel to speak out on what is affecting us, I respect you. In the past, the things that have happened in the past, I cannot justify, I cannot say if you came out, if you talk about it or not. But this particular one that I can see, I already respect you for that. You are a Northerner and you want a better Nigeria. You are supporting Peter Obi not because he's a Northerner. You are supporting him because you believe he's the only person at this moment that can give you a better Nigeria.
I want a way, even to support with my money. Look, we'll go here, we'll vote will be in Abuja. We'll do everything. We'll put our money. Go ask Asha, I put my money on it. I'm not a tribalistic person. We need the right person which going to lead us. A lot of things happen in the north.
If you are tribalistic, I'm not sure you support to be. So I'm not sure you are tribalistic in any way. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Let me hear from others.
Mr. Elvis, if I can just lend my voice to also commend him, because I want to also commend you, Mr. Enterprise. Thank you for coming out to to support.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, because I know in that circle, it's not so easy to be different, to have a different view like you now. So I really commend you, and I know that as God has touched your own heart and opened your eyes,
I don't care. I don't care what is going to happen, because I give my life. I'm supposed to be, and I'm ready to do anything. I'm ready.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, let me quickly take this call from Madam Deborah. Okay, Madam Deborah, you not responded. That's fine. Please, guys, if you are calling in, call when. Gasiam, you're just coming. Not be your turn yet. We have somebody from Nigeria that want to speak.
Okay, I've been waiting at my voice. I've been just for Enterprise.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to him quickly.
Enterprise, my brother. I will call you my brother. I want to encourage you. By all means, try and be coming to our forum. Why I'm saying this is that I know when we talk of freedom, the northern people, they are not free. We are more freer in the south to decide our mind.
Let him finish, sir. Hold on,
yes.
Mr. Enterprise.
So we know what. That's why sometimes I don't blame the talakawas or the poor people. When certain things happen, I know the leaders, the so-called elites in the north, they have a firm control because of feudal nature. Unlike in the south, there are southeast, southwest, south. There's a limit to what our leaders will tell lies. We stone them, we boo them. In the north, it's not always like that. I know. So when certain things happen, I know what you are speaking, because I know the north love Buhari, but because Buhari disappointed them, they are now free to decide. That's why I believe that they voted for Obi, because they said, somebody informed me that Buhari has been their person right from time immemorial, but the guy disappointed them beyond even Jonathan. So they felt that The people they call themselves, they told the politicians like Rufai, you told us to vote a Muslim, our brother. Now we voted Buhari 8 years. He put us in the mess that neither Obasanjo nor Jonathan put us. Therefore, we are voting for Obi. So I believe the North voted for Obi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Enterprise have been with us for more than 10 times now or more. So for me, we cannot generalize whatever that is happening in any state or in any ethnic background. We can't generalize when we are taking decisions. You know, if somebody talk during the time of Deborah or not, we don't know. We don't see video, fine. You know, but we don't know. But if we also see anybody, just like Mother Busy Brains now. Mother Busy Brain, in case you don't know, Busy Brain that is always joining us here. She's a Northerner, you know. Mother Busy Brain is a Northerner, so she's always here supporting Mr. Peter Obi all the time. So we should encourage more Northerners to come out and speak on the media. Thank you very much, Lady Deborah, for calling in. Please talk to us. You have 2 minutes. Good evening to you, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, Niger Watch. It's been a while.
Thank you.
Let me just make a quick contribution to this broadcast. Good evening to everyone listening and all the commenters.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is a very important topic. I actually wanted to support what Brother Alex was saying, that now that the Northerners, they see that this is going to affect them in a very negative way, they are coming out, you know. But really, they were silent when things were happening. I always say it, when you support what is wrong, when you support evil because it favors you, that evil will definitely come back, you know, to hurt you. So now, the same thing they supported is coming back to hurt them. And they are speaking out, but I don't know how they are going to do it. But they supported this wrong thing, and unfortunately for them, it comes back to bite them now. So this is a lesson for all those that are supporting evil. They should bear at the back of their mind that the same evil they are supporting, because it is favoring them, will still come back and hurt them. So this is what they supported, and they are getting it now. So I don't know how Tinubu is going to wiggle himself out of this situation, because he's faced with pressure from the West. And now the same Northerners who supported him and put him in power, and now they are not in support of him going into Niger. So I don't know which side he's going to tilt to. I feel sorry for him because he put himself in this ridiculous situation. And I don't know how he's going to wiggle himself out of it.
Thank you, ma'am.
So let's watch and see, but let's focus on the judiciary and see what the judiciary is going to do.
Okay.
But one thing I can say for sure is that whichever way that it happens, there's already a clear evidence that this administration is in big crisis. It's already, and there's a pending doom that is facing them. And
Okay,
I don't
thank
know
you.
how they are going to get out of it.
Thank you, ma'am.
You so much, Niger Watch.
God bless you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me take just one more call here quickly. You know, Madam Maumi, I'll return your call. As you can see, I wrote this one a couple of weeks ago. A man could become the next victim of the evil he celebrates today. Don't defend evil because it favors you now. It could work against you the next minute. Yes, you know, whoever that is crying out today, 1 or 2 persons have supported things that favored them in the past. But you coming out today, myself, you listening to me, anybody at all, it means that you have decided to stand for what is right. So I will applaud anybody at all in that category. Thank you very much, Madam Maumi. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. You have 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, my brother. I will just say 2 or 3 things. Then when I have time again, I will say my remaining points. Yeah, good evening to the panelists and everybody. Yeah, I'm going to start my talk today with Tinubu. Tinubu thought the Northerners put him there, but he doesn't know that when he's going against them, they will fight him back. All this Nigerians problem, Niger Republic problem, is coming back to him. It is those people that put him there that will remove him. They have started to war against him now. They will be the one to take him out. Now I want to talk to Justice Ariwoola. I'm talking about him. You know, I said it yesterday. I'm going to talk about him throughout for about 10, 20 times until they give the judgment. Please allow me to speak in my dialect. Justice Ariwoola, Efeda Iluru, Efeda Nigeria. Everything happening is between you, Tinubu, and the cabals, whoever they are. I don't want to know. Tinubu ló gbé yín síbẹ̀. Yorùbá ni mí, Yorùbá ni yín. Tinubu kì í ṣe Yorùbá. I can say this in front of anybody in my life. Ó tì mí lójú púpọ̀ púpọ̀ púpọ̀. I'm so much ashamed what is coming out from this Tinubu man. He doesn't come with a clean hand at all. Right from Ojo 30 morning Nigeria, I don't know him as a Nigerian. Because when we were growing up and his mates were growing, Papa Bode George and all the others, we knew them, even though we are younger to them. I never knew Tinubu until maybe when he was maybe 20, 30-something years or 40-something years. He didn't grow up. He's not a Nigerian. Go and look at his photographs of his childhood age, around 20-something or under 20 or 20-something years. You will see that he's not a Nigerian.
Thank you.
He's a Guinean. Now, Baba Ariwoola, Emma Dailuru, let the judges do their work. You were swearing in judges the other day. You were telling a big lies. Let them do their work, do the right thing. Obi won this election. There is not going to be a rerun. No, we obedient and almost the 200 million Nigerians that voted for Obi will reject rerun. No rerun.
Okay.
What is rerun?
Thank you, ma. Thank you. Thank you.
You have to give Obi back the mandate.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you. All right. The last person that love God is my strength. If you are there, I'm calling you back. You know, I only have 10 seconds. Okay, thank you very much, madam. You have 2 minutes. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Okay. Thank you, everyone on the platform. Thank you, everyone on the panel and the comment section. Good evening, everyone. I'm sure we all have a very good day today. Thank God. I want to say there's our lady, one of our ladies that just called not too long ago. Sister Deborah, you were talking about any way the court case go. We are not looking at any way court case is going on. It's only one way. And that only one way is for Obi to win the court case. Not two ways. We are not looking at whether it will go one way or it will go another way. Only one way, all obedience, we are looking at. And that is for the court case to favor us. So another thing I want to talk about Festus Akamo. You see one thing in life, they say we sow what we reap what we sow. Whatever we sow will come to repeat. If they tell Akamo, Festus Akamo, that one day he will come to the Senate and is going to meet another obedient, there is a senator that will withstand him the way that guy spoke with authority. Everybody in the Senate were silent. He will say, no, it can never be. Look at him. First, look as if water was poured on him. And I want to encourage all the other senators who are for the Labour Party, please speak up. Speak up. Don't be silent. Speak up and show all the obedient that are not senators that you people are really working, and it will make us glad because Obi is coming. He's going to take over the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
God
you.
bless you, ma. Okay, callers, I'm done. I'm done with calls right now. Okay, let me come back to the panel. I'd like to go back to Madam Helen. Madam Helen, thank you very much for your patience. Please talk to us, ma.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good
Fellow
evening.
panelists. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 8 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Elvis, I really want to appreciate you once again I don't think that it will ever be enough. My gratitude to you for what you've done for we Nigerians, the voice that you've given to us. It's beyond human comprehension. God just will keep blessing you. Bless your mother in particular, because she gave birth to a child that she raised to be for all, for himself or for his family. Thank you. God will bless you. And a lot of other people are learning from you. A lot of other people are, lending credence to you too because of what you've done. God will always shine his light on you because of who you are. Thank you so very much. And apart from that, he will shine his light upon your mother. She will be celebrated at all times. When she hits the street, people will say, see the mother of the son who loved his country and made sacrifices. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. Now, I want to, refer to the Niger man that was speaking. He said something. He said, we massively, and not just that we voted for you, we supported EPI. He didn't hide our mince word. So you see the kind of porous, boundaries that we have. You see the relationship, and then this man just gets up. I mean, since ever he came in, he's done things without consultation, without bothering. He just gets up and begins to do things like he's being remote controlled. And true to, I think he's actually being remote controlled, because for somebody to get up to want to go to war, you don't consult the people in authority like the Senate. You don't know random to question, to deliberate with the people that will be affected. You just get up and you want to go and fight a war that basically somehow does not concern you. I don't think this war is our war, because because if you even want to look at it, how did he come into power? Is it not the same way? Is it because it's INEC, we had some sort of body that called themselves INEC, and then we had people who carried cards to go out and vote. That's why he's thinking that he foisted on Nigeria. It's the same thing. So it give us, it should allow us to breathe. And he said it, so he should just, even though when they say they make a mockery of it, but we need to breathe. This man should just allow us to rest. How about, for the Northerners, I really feel for them, honestly, because a lot of times they don't have a choice. Even though they could have spoken, even though they could have said something, they could have reacted, they could have, done something, but somehow, these people are, raised to be docile. They are raised to be, to be loyal to their elite leaders, because it's as if they're the ones that makes them. Without them, they can't, survive. So I don't really blame them much, And I also want to thank God for that, senator who spoke today. Mr. Elvis, I was watching him in the afternoon. I felt good. Not just that he spoke with so much intelligence, authority, and everything, that comes with. And
thank you.
He spoke like somebody I know, and that's like Mr. Elvis himself, who does not mince word, who does not. I loved what that man did today, and that's why people like this should start talking. They should start talking. They shouldn't be silent anymore. I loved also what Dele Momodu did with on child, on this thing he had with Sheung. You understand?
Yeah.
People are beginning to, yes, people are beginning to say the truth. They are beginning to say it the way it is. And I think we're going to get this more and more. You know why? Because African countries have been kept in a place where they somehow didn't believe in themselves. And somehow, one man came out and showed to us that it is possible to be real. It's possible for Africa to stand for itself and achieve a whole lot. because these people who have kept us in this position are not going to ever let us go if we don't wake up and say enough is enough. Mr. Elvis, I'm going to advocate for something. I saw the women, demonstrating. I don't know when that took place. You understand? But I know it's somewhere in the north, and they were speaking for Africa to arise, Nigeria to arise. Mr. Elvis, I am calling for the women to lock up. Do you know what I mean by lock up? When I don't know who wrote, whether it's who wrote Our Husbands Have Gone Mad Again, and the women took action. It's actually a play that was done in the Greek mythology, where the women, said, our husbands have been fighting, well, we'll be losing our sons, we'll be losing our men, enough is enough. And they locked up. This time around, side chick, lock up. Wife, lock up. Daughters, lock up. Everyone, lock up. Let our husbands hit the street and begin to talk. Because when we lock up and say, no, 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 our husbands will ask us why. And we say, because you're not talking, that's why we are locking up, so that you talk, so that you act, so that you push these judiciary members for them to do the right thing. And for the judiciary wives, lock up so that your husbands will get to know that is no longer business as usual. If they don't do the right thing, then they don't come back home and enjoy home and meet who are waiting. There is war we are waging. We have our own ways of waging the war. So that's my advocacy. Thank you so very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, Madam Helen. Thank you very much for your submissions and your kind words. Thank you. All right, guys, make gonna help me press on the like button. Press on the like button. Help us to share. Press on the $sign. Support what we are doing. Thank you. God bless you all. All right, I would like to go to the first person on the panel, which is Madam Nena. Madam Nena, are you there with us right now?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you very much. Sorry that we have to call orders before you because
no, it's okay.
Nigeria.
I understand. Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis. Thank you, everyone on the panel. God bless you. Thank you so much for those who have submitted already and the people on the comment section. God bless everybody for this dedication. I'm grateful that I have this privilege once again to be here, because for these days I've been kind of busy. So, but anytime I have the opportunity, I always come in. So, I'm glad I have this privilege. Yeah. So, first of all, I want to start my comment from the man, the Mr. Enterprise, that said, I just want to join my voice with the voice of everyone else to kind of encourage him. It's important for every well-meaning Nigerian to, and make that decision to be part of the voice of truth at a time like this. Because if there's a time our country needs that solidarity, irrespective of tribe or tongue or whatever, in order to make the desired change, it is now. Because for everyone who have eyes to see, for everyone who have ears to hear, will know that Nigeria is in a very critical situation at this point. Because this mistake of a man that they put as the president of Nigeria, that man is it is proven to everyone who really wants to see that man is a disaster waiting to happen. It's already, everything that has to do with him is disastrous, but at this point he's a disaster. He's a disaster. Look at how far this individual is dragging it. And that's what happens when you deal with people who have this over-bloated ego, where they think that they can do anything and get away with it. They can say anything and they get away with it. They can say to this one, go, and they go. They can say to this one, come, and they will come. That's why this individual will just open his mouth, say anything, and he thinks that once he says it, it goes and it begins to happen. The same way he stood on the day they were doing their so-called, mess of an inauguration, says, what is it called? Fuel subsidy is gone, and Nigeria is still suffering the effects of that today. Now, suddenly, an AQ happened in Niger, and he just suddenly woke up and you begin to give ultimatum. And now this is where the thing have landed him. And he's somebody who always believed that once I set myself to do anything, I can use every mercenary, use every individual, manipulate as many people I can manipulate and get them to do my bidding. And that is why he has the impetus to guts to say what he said, and then try to use the Senate to get the approval to go to war. And I'm glad that people are beginning to understand you know, I'm beginning to see, you know, my people have a proverb that says, you know, no, in translation, we can say that, you know, this popular saying that when the gods wants to kiss somebody, they first of all make him mad. At this point, it's very obvious that this man called Tinubu is mad. I'm so sorry to use that word if that is what is not acceptable here, because whenever with everything that is happening, you cannot just imagine what goes on in the mind of this individual when he's making some of these decisions. And because he's somebody who have always gotten his way with everything that he set out to do, using all the machineries of because he's a criminal, using everything that he wants to use to get whatever he wants to get. So if there's a way, he will also want to manipulate this to make it that this war that he wants to go for, so that it will be on record that I set out to go to war in Niger and I'm able to go to war in Niger. But the God's word has made it, he's trying to make him mad at this point in time, because let him set out and go for that war. Then he will see a lot of most of these people, houses in this in northerners in the border, most of them will tell you that even their wife. I heard one man that was saying that people like us, some of us, we have 3, 4, 5 wives. Some of our wives and our children live in Niger. That is how close. I said it the other time here that when I served in Katsina State, Dusima to be precise. I saw how close that place is to Niger. Like, we are walking like this and we are seeing people on the other side, you know, like few kilometers away from us, and they're telling us these people are Nigerians. That is how close there's not even a wall. There's no wall you know, demarcating Dusima, that the place I'm talking about, with these people. There's no wall. It's just that the place where they are is like a kind of hilly area. They're like a kind of top on the top of the hill, a kind of, and we were doing our endurance trek on the wall. So that's how close it is. You can imagine, you know, so I do not want to. I that's why I believe that when people say that some of their family members live there, because these people, just for some reason, they saw themselves as part of Nigeria. Some of those people that live there, they see themselves as part of each other. So I don't know what is making him think. And moreover, everybody is having this concern that this is a country that is sinking. This country that has nothing. The country is sinking. When you talk about war or going to war, a human capital is involved, financial capital, everything is involved in it. Does Nigeria have that? And this man thinks it's something that he wants to buy because of his bloated ego, where he wants to tell himself, yes, I want to go to war and I'm able to do it. That is unfortunate, and none of him and his family, none of them will even make a move to be part of it. The gods want to make him want to get him, and they're making him mad. Let him keep moving until he gets himself where he needs to get himself. That is what I have to say. Because of time, I have to stop it at that. And then again, I get concerned when that man, that Nigerian man that was talking, you know, who said that they voted for Tinubu and they voted for APC. I was a kind of concerned. And now that also vindicates some of the people that were saying that during the election, they used to smuggle people from Niger to come here, give them voters card and they vote. That tells you the level of, you know, fraud that happens in our Nigerian election. If this man can boldly say it, a Nigerian boldly saying that they voted in Nigerian election, that tells us, and that is why I hope the judiciary, I hope they are listening. That tells us that truly that there's the level of fraud, because when people say that during the election they need to smuggle people in, this is it. This man made it very clear. This is how Nigerian elections are conducted. This is the kind of crime that happens in Nigeria on daily basis. And then I'll quickly go to the case of Festus Keyamo. You see, when I was watching Festus Keyamo standing in front of that the senators, the only thing that came to my mind is that this guy is a career criminal. He is I was losing him, and all I could ask myself is, so Festus Keyamo could be this calm. So he could be this calm. You see him with this demeanor of, you know, a gentle person who is, and few like when this whole thing was going on, somebody sent me a text, you know, I link and I opened it. It was him supposedly apologizing. But and now we go, supposedly apologizing. The apology he was giving was trying to narrate how the money was shared, that people like them, the minister did not see a kobo and everything. And when you hear him at that point, when he was making all that submission, maybe we can, Mr. Elvis, if you can just play that part, a little bit of that, when he was making the so-called list, you will still see that arrogance. And no wonder he was able to do what he did. And thank God for this man, for this Senator Darlington Wokocha that called him out. It takes boldness to stand in the face of evil, to say, call evil, you are evil. Because Festus Keyamo did, we are talking about 52 billion naira. 52 billion naira that went, that today, up until this day, nobody has an account of how that money, who got that money. He did it then in his arrogant self. They asked him, how did you share it? He said the formula is not from the moon. In a very arrogant way, he refused to come and explain and everything. Now, few hours ago, he's trying to give an explanation he could have given many years ago. You know, but I believe, I am sure, I mean, there's no way you can trace it and they find out that that money was actually given to anybody. That was why it was difficult for him to come and make explanation. Then the point I was saying, that when I was looking at him, I said to myself, so this man can be this calm. You see, that manipulative, you know, sneaky, slimy character of these criminals, because he is desperate to get this ministerial position. Now he's acting like a nice person, using sa, left, right, and left. I can count the number of, like, I lost track of the number of sa that this guy used when he was talking. Oh, sa, oh, sa, oh, sa. I'm like, look, what is this? What is this? All in the desperation to get this ministerial position. And there's one thing he said, when he said, I've already lost hope. I've already packed my bag, which means they have been lobbying, lying down, prostrating, rolling on the floor to get this position. And you ask yourself, you're trying to get another ministerial position, the one you got before. What did you use it to do? And it still boils down to what we are saying. My husband will always say one thing. He said, for there to be change in Nigeria, the head must be good. So if anybody thinks that you're God, because the day where they were doing this screening, that we saw the young guy, the Dr. Mosu, the one they were talking about his tweet, you know, my husband was like, you know, there's, even if, no matter how the kind of genius he is, no matter whatever, he cannot do much if the head is wrong. And again, speaking on the part of that young man, when I saw that young man, you know, I remember when initially we made a little bit of passing comments about the guy, when I think it was Mr. Chooks Obibes that was saying that the guy was a moron. I said, no, that guy is smart. He find a way to throw back whatever they threw at him to them. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do at that point in time. To say, I'm sorry, but then he made the comment, he said, but you should look at the underlying reason why I said what I said at that time. The point remains that this guy still believes that these guys are morons. He still believes that Nigeria is a joke. But then maybe he feels like him coming in now, he's going to use his, maybe that anger that he had then, you know, probably to change things. But the point remains that there is no way you can make too much of an impact when the head is wrong. The only thing that will work in Nigeria is when the head is right. Because at those points in time, the head is wrong. When we get the head that we are clamoring for, get P2B to take up the leadership position, then every other thing trickles down. Because for now, it doesn't matter. Maybe here and there they throw in one or two people that looks like they know what they're doing. But then the majority of the bulk of them are still the same old criminals. The likes of Yusuf Wike, the likes of Rufai, the likes of Festus Keyamo. Trust me, whatever they do, Festus Keyamo is going to pass.
All right.
They will still bring. My time is up already.
Yeah.
Anyway, they will still bring him to. So it still boils down that nothing is going to change, and you see that desperation because Festus Keyamo is desperate to get this position. How can anything change in a country where the likes of Festus Keyamo is still a senator? He's still a minister. Things cannot change. So, finally, for the judiciary, everything has been presented to you. And before I end, I just wanted to ask the question. I've not been in the broadcast for maybe for some days now. I just wanted to ask, there was a story about Fashola and his house being invaded and I don't know if there's any information about. I don't know if that thing was discussed here or if there's any information about it. I just needed to know a little bit about that, because when I heard it, the first thing that came to my mind was that the military, if it's true, I don't know, the military, were they there to protect him, or were they there to, were they there for Nigerians or against Nigerians? I'm just throwing that question. I don't know how much of that information that the panel has. At this point, I'll just have to end. Thank you so much, Mr. Evers. Thank you, everyone. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Nena. Thank you very much for your submission. About Fashola, I don't really have much information on that. Maybe one or two person might be able to answer that later on. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me move on to the next person. My people, press on the like button. Thank you. Mr. Felix, are you there? Okay, I'll go to give us a mandate. Give us a mandate. Are you available to speak now?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, I'm not sure if you had called me earlier. But,
No, that's fine. I'm just calling you now.
Okay, thank you so much.
8 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening to you, Mr. Elvis. Happy New Week. Good evening to the panelists, people on the same time zone with me. Good afternoon to you. People on comment section, greetings to everyone and all Nigerians all over the world. Greetings, 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 greetings. Well, what can we see at this time than to keep calling out these satanic and wicked leaders, or I think dealers, like Mr. Felix would call them. They are political dealers. They are not leaders. They are not. They cannot lead because they don't have the power and capacity to lead. They are only but dealers, and what they are doing, even during the screening of the ministerial nominee, is just to strike a deal. You, even though that man, that man, I mean, he did great for calling out Festus Keyamo, but
Oga, give us a mandate. There's so many distractions on your background.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but there's things are going on in your background.
Even like this.
Okay. Hello. You are not speaking anymore.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, please stay focused. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that may be the fan from my computer making that noise, and I'm switching to my headset now. So I think it should be good now. Let me know if I'm clear and
you are good.
everything is good.
Yeah.
So what they come, if you look at the body language of the people that comes to that screening, and I think I may not even want to speak about those people, because what they are doing already is not even legitimate, because the one sending them there is an illegitimate president. So why do you even care about those ministerial nominees? Do we even accept them as people that are going to govern Nigeria? Because I'm very sure that Peter Obi is coming, and so he's going to have his own ministerial nominees. And so these ones are just there to, all they are doing there is just to get payment for their evil that they did during the election. Now, the man said, even though they are grilling, people feel that they are grilling Festus Keyamo. He said that it's not that they don't want to clear him, but they just want they want him to speak. Should he even be cleared in the first instance? Somebody that mismanaged, I mean, over 700 billion, is it billion, or if I have the right figure in my head, or 75 billion naira? That person should even be rotting in jail now. Festus should be in jail. Keyamo should be in jail. He should not even, but that's what I was saying, that do we even care about these people? I don't care about them, because all they are doing is just nonsense. You can see how introducing himself to Festus Akpabiole as he said, once his leader forever. Because they were together in NEDC, where they stole the money what belonged to the people. So, including Festus, Keyamo, and Akpabiole, all of them should rot in jail. They should be in jail by now. All of them should be in jail. Festus Keyamo what he should be doing now is they are taking him in Black Maria, and they are taking him to a place where he will go and answer case. That's what should be happening to Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo should not even recognize the house of the road to the House of Senate to be listed as a ministerial nominee. But when the head is rotting, what do you feel? So Keyamo, Akpabiole, and most of the senators, you can see what when they said they will not listen to Otokbo Keyamo. You can see what the Oshiomole, what he was doing. And you look at these ones, these guys are called senators of a Federal Republic of Nigeria. We still have a long way to go, but everything is just ing on the judiciary. Judiciary should do the right thing by declaring Peter Gregory Obi as a president because he won the election. Now, going to the interview with Ruben Abati had with that man from the north. I'm not sure. I think maybe that man is the one they said is Dati Baba Ahmed's maybe uncle, maybe, if I'm correct.
No, it's not him.
Okay, it's not him. Okay.
No, this is the former minister of health, which they recall he refused to go. Is that man?
Okay, they recall him and he refused to go.
Exactly.
I think he said something about him not voting for Tinubu and that Tinubu is suffering illegitimacy. So, if a northern I think that man from the way he spoke is educated. If he can speak this way, then what does the judiciary want? Because he just told them that Tinubu is not the president. That Tinubu didn't win the election. That guy just confirmed to the judiciary that Tinubu is suffering illegitimacy. And so whether ECOWAS install him as a chairman he doesn't care. What he's saying to the judiciary is that, hey, guys, Tinubu is an illegitimate president. He even said he didn't vote for him. Like many Nigerians didn't vote for Tinubu. So, but another thing that he said in his response to Abati is that, this Niger issue, if you strike Niger, you're trying to strike about seven states in the north. The question is, if it was in the southwest that this is happening, I am sure the northerners would have signed an agreement that Tinubu should go into Niger. I'm very sure of that. What goes around comes around. So, what all of this mess that Mahmoud Yakub did has brought all of us into. One way is a pain, the other way is an advantage that we all in one way are united in some fronts. Because whether you believe it or not, whether you vote for Tinubu or you didn't vote for him, in some fronts, we are all united in some fronts. Either which way, that man is suffering, he himself is suffering from the renewed shaggy that is been unleashed on Nigerians. It is only sad that people like that will not come out and speak when the nation needs their voice. But I think he made some good points when he was talking to Abati. They're now going to the young man that went to the floor. What that guy did there, you may say, he stylishly also insulted them, But the guy, he just like a dog that decided to eat his own vomit. Hey, if you will not stand for what is truth or what is right, don't pretend as if you're saying what is right. Don't put yourself on the limelight, and then when you are now faced with the when you're up there to speak truth to power, you are trying to, come on, guy. You just mess up yourself on that floor. For me, he messed up himself. It is not by force to be a ministerial, no, it is not by force to be a minister. More so, under who are you becoming a minister? Under a drug baron that is suffering from legitimacy issue? That guy in a way also ruined his own career if he doesn't know. Because he has decided to join them, because regardless of whatever integrity you have, regardless of how clean you are, Tinubu nominated you for a ministerial post and he approved you and you're going to be under his cabinet. Hey, you cannot do anything on your own. Don't forget, he will be the one that will be chairing the executive meeting should they be cleared. So he still has influence over them. And so these people like this will be controlled. But like I said, are these ones even ministers of are they ministers in Nigeria? They'll be thrown out they'll be thrown out very soon. So that young man would have just owed his integrity, owed true to power. Yes, I call you guys moron. Tinubu send me ministerial nominee. Don't even, Oga, please hold your ministerial nomination. I am cool with my life. Because you cannot be answering, you cannot say you have integrity and then you are answering to a drug baron, you are answering to a pie machine. The man that stole the mandate of the people. And you're going to say, oh, you're a man of integrity, you are sane, you are clean, and you're going to be a minister under such person? Nada. You will not be able to stand clean. So that young man is just been stained. They've stained him. He's been rubbished. He's now one of them. I know Mr. You're saying earlier that, oh, we need to touchlight. Nothing, you cannot touchlight this one. This one has decided to eat and dine with the devils. And nothing good can come out of him. As much as Tinubu will be their president that Mahmoud Yakub stole a mandate for, and for the number of days, maybe if they approve them, they're going to be there before Judiciary throw them out. That young man has rubbished himself. His integrity, his character, his humane, whatever he stands for, everything is rubbished. He's just been thrown into the drain. So for me, that young man would have just sit down. If he doesn't become a minister today, he can become minister somewhere else. Because you cannot say you are the one that called them moron. Are they not moron? That they will go and sit in the house and they are snoring when the destiny of people is in their hands. The destiny of people is in their hands. They are making legislation for a nation. They are snoring, they are sleeping. And when they say let the yea say yea, they say yea. When they say nay, they say nay. The eyes have it and they put money in their account. Some of them have been in that house for the past 10 years. They've not initiated any bill. They've not initiated any bill.
All right.
So that for me, that young man would have just hold his school, ministerial nominee under Tinubu, that is suffering legitimate problem, more so a drug baron and a thief. Oga, you yourself, in a way, you have just become a thief. That is how I will see it, because there's nothing good that can come out of these guys. And Oga Bosun, I wish and I pray that you think twice before you join these satanic people to dine and eat with them, because your future may be truncated. Look at what is happening to Adams Oshiomole. Take a clue from there. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Are you the floor?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Give us a mandate. Thanks for your submission. God bless you. Thank you, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much, sir. Guys, please help us to press on that like button. Let me hear from Mr. Chuksobibweze. Then I come to Engineer Francis. Mr. Chuksobibweze, I learned you are rushing somewhere. Please talk to us, sir. Are you there?
Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everyone on the panel and those watching us. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you now.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Elvis.
we are...
Hello?
We are hearing you, sir.
Good evening, everyone watching us. Good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Your network is bad, Mr. Chooks. Mr. Chooks, your network is very bad. I think we need to move on. Unfortunately, I wanted to prioritize because you have somewhere to go. Your network
And those on the comment
can't
section.
hear you.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, I would like to start with the book. You know,
Mr. Chooks,
can you
your network is bad. You can't hear me at all.
hear me now?
Your network is bad, sir. It's bad. It's very bad.
Wow. Can you
Not
hear me
about
now?
you hearing. Your network is bad. Yeah, we're
Yeah, but I can hear you clearly. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead now. Stay in one place and speak. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, I want to start with the professor. Yes, you know, this is his way of doing things. It's all about the North. And anything other than the North, he's not interested. This is a man, if you remember, during the time of the bandit, he is that man who is following Sheikh Gumi all over the place, saying give amnesty to bandit or call them to the table or something like that. And I made this clear. The day you presented that the Senate rejected Tinubu's letter to, you know, allow him to go and do whatever with the Niger. I said it here that thank God it's happening at the border of the North. If it is happening in the South, there's nothing. They will all vote for it, and nobody will stand up for those people in the South to say, "Hey, this is our border. If you do this, it's going to affect our people." I made it clear that day, and I have no regret about it because I know this is how Nigeria, you know, was designed to work. If it is something to do with any border on the South, we just forget it. By now, the action would have started. I think today the mandate they give them, you know, to reverse is today.
Okay, Mr. Shooks, this is all we can take. Your network is very, very destabilizing. I think you need to come back again. Let me take you off. Your network is very bad, sir. You know. All right, thank you. Let me move on to the next person. Engineer Francis, are you there now?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. 8 minutes.
Good evening, and good evening, everybody. I have one question to start with. Is democracy worth it? Niger had a military coup, and there was no blood spilled. Not one of them lost their lives. And Nigeria had democratic elections, and on that day, over 80-something people lost their lives. So which one is better? The one that we stay alive or the one we lose our lives. Now, let me take it a little bit further. Look at the product that Yakubu gave us. That's Tinubu. Tinubu, please. This thing that you have become accustomed to, which is sniffing people's lives out of them for no just cause or for whatever cause, please don't take it to Asarok. This your reckless disregard for human lives, don't practice it on us. I was watching the TV yesterday, and I saw this aircraft that landed in Raleigh Durham Airport, and it had evacuees, U.S. citizens evacuated from Niger. U.S. does not risk the life of one single person anywhere. They are evacuating, and they have, I believe they have finished evacuating all the Americans in Niger, and other countries are doing the same. Yet, Nigeria has 303,000 in the refugee camps in Niger. And those refugee camps came as a result of Niger helping us, because those were displaced from all those terrorist operations there. Bola Tinubu, before you even give France the go-ahead to strike anywhere in Niger, make sure that each and every one of those Nigerians there, make sure you have brought them across the border, brought them home. Please don't even act like a mumu, which you have been acting like all this while. And let France go there, because it's not Nigeria that will be fighting. It's not ECOWAS that will be fighting. It will be France. So yes, you will justify it and say, hey, after all, you are not sending our troops, that you are just giving France the rubber stamp to go and finish them. But how about if they grab some of those, our Nigerian citizens, and place them in those strategic areas that they know France will bomb, use them as human shields? Then that means that those people will be suffering double whammy. They got displaced from their homeland in Nigeria, and they got there, and then the Nigerian president sent somebody to come and buy them. Please look at this thing and see the bigger picture. Tinubu, please. We know that you're leaving that office in a short while, but before you leave, don't finish the rest of the Nigerians that are clamoring on their lives over there. Now, I heard something being said about ECOWAS being the decision maker in this case. That is stupidity. Is ECOWAS now our boss or our new slave master? And then ECOWAS will now be under France. That means we are not even under the slave master, but we are under the second or the deputy of the slave master. Nigeria is a sovereign state. If whatever ECOWAS says does not compute or doesn't look well with Nigeria, Nigeria should scrap whatever ECOWAS stands for and keep going the right way. In fact, I remember, let me give you an analogy of one pastor that said, follow me as long as I am following Christ. But if along the way I turn the other way, no longer following Christ, please stop following me, keep following Christ. So, Mr. Tinubu, if ECOWAS is not following that thing we have in our head as the way democracy will be, if that is not ECOWAS's position, please don't follow ECOWAS and take us to this war. I want to know what is going on and what is really behind this thing in Niger, because it is not what it is or what it looks like. Remember, I'll give you this quote again, Genghis Khan of Mongolia. He said, "What things really are and what things appear to be are two different things." This appears to be, oh, military takeover. Military takeover of who did they take over? And how many people lost their lives there? None. The point is that that is a unanimous decision by the people of Niger that they have had it, being slaves the third time to France. Can you even go into the books and look at the way their central bank operates? How they put their money in the central bank of France and then go and borrow it back and pay interest on their own money. Can you imagine the third, fourth level of slavery being practiced on these our brothers? Please, if you cannot look at the whole picture and you just want to look only on military takeover, then you are missing the point and you are being the fool. If you want to be a good arbitrator in this case, bring France, bring Niger, and then bring everything on the table. Believe me, you will see how it will work out. Don't go into this war on my behalf. And then, judiciary. I'm sure you guys are seeing what's going on. I believe that justice delayed is justice denied. But in this case, I want to also believe that you guys are being meticulous, really trying to, in fact, handle even the collation also. Because when I look at it, it's like two parts of petition before you. The first part comprises of constitutional issues, which you guys could be able to decide in 1 or 2 days. So that you are taking longer tells me that you are probably dealing with the collation. You are probably adding the figures and all those things. But if you tell me that you are taking this long just to decide on whether 25% of Abuja is a must, and all those other constitutional issues raised, if you tell me that you're taking this long to decide it, well, judiciary, I'll tell you, it's beginning to look as justice delayed in order to be denied. And while you are doing that, I want you to think also on behalf of those Nigerians who were displaced and in refugee camps in Niger. And think about what this man we have temporarily holding the office is about to do with their lives. By the time you come up with your decision, will they still be alive? Or will they have fallen as victims of this man's poor judgment?
Thank you, sir.
Please, judiciary, be wise and be very wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thanks for your submission. Oga CM, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you, sir, once again. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Please, all protocols duly observed, and welcome back once again to our evening usual gathering. Actually, what motivated me this evening was that of, I think I've spoke a little bit of it before, Enterprise, what he said. You know, I want to look at it this way again. There are a lot of lies going on in Nigeria, and that is why people who do not want to reason beyond logic or beyond common sense to bring logic into reasoning, they will always believe everything. Now, the idea was maybe the North won't vote for P2B, or the North won't, they do not want to vote for P2B, or for whatever reason. That's what people have always been saying. But we know, in fact, if there is any time for me to put forward the argument that P2B won landslide in the North, it is now. Since time immemorial, or since records began, let's say 1999, when we started this present political dispensation, Obasanjo came in. For whatever reason, the likes of El-Rufai, Atiku, they will always play tribal card in those days. Then Obasanjo will win. They will lead Obasanjo to the North. They will vote. Then Yaradua came. They say it's always like that. Then Jonathan came. They say the North don't trust Jonathan. And then maybe they go to the mosque and then start telling them, look, don't vote for a Christian. They will do this. They will do this. They are RNA unbelievers in all those things. That all those nonsense. Eventually, it's been working for them. And the most religious irredentist ever that have appeared in the political scene is Muhammadu Buhari. He said it openly. So he said he say if God permits him, he will spread Sharia all over Nigeria. He said a lot of things we know. So, and he's been failing each time he comes up for election. In 2003, he failed. 2007, again he failed. 2011, he failed. Until 2015, the fourth time, because of this President Agbado, they had to go and they do deal with him, and they brought him to power. So that was the glorious time. Politicians from the North, and then they convinced the Talakawa. That is the Megaskia. This is the man. He's not. He doesn't take money. Look at him. He only have 150. All those nonsense. For the first time, Buhari wore suit with a tuxedo tie, bow tie they call it. You saw it. We all saw it when he was campaigning. They presented him as a very soft. He's a reform democrat. There's nothing they didn't say. He's the man that can further their jihad in the nothing. He's the man. He's their savior. We waited with seized breath. Now the man left the North worse than Jonathan. Jonathan, who is even a Christian and from the South. Jonathan left Aso Rock so uniform with Almajiri. He wore it with them. We saw it. He said, come out of the street. We are brothers. We want you to go to school. He established university in Yobe, in Jigawa, in Kebi, in Zamfara. This just like in Otuoke, Ekiti, Ebonyi, and then in Nasarawa. I mean, somewhere in Nasarawa state, that is Lafia, and then in Taraba, in Wukari. He did all this. Why? Because he wanted to show. He even left East-West Road, concentrated on the North. He did all these things just to wait for him to be loved. They said no. They rubbished everything. Even brought in Boko Haram to disgrace him. That because Buhari is their God. Now, can you compare the legacy of Buhari in the North and Jonathan in the North? So, if there is anything, this has shown, thank God Buhari came. Because if Buhari hadn't been president, people would have said, oh, if Buhari had, the North he would have been the next thing after sliced bread. But look at where he left the North. When Jonathan was in power, Obasanjo or even anybody, you feel free. Governors can go back to their state. Most of the governor of at least Katsina said he's afraid staying in Katsina. Being a governor under Buhari, what didn't they do? So why I'm happy for people like Enterprise is that I do not see the reason. Nobody can convince anybody again that P2B did not win in the North. No Northerner, they are intelligent, they are sensible. No Northerner can evaluate what Buhari did to them Their own kit and kin is a Muslim like them, is a Fulani, the people they claim they have everything. And he's from Katsina. Yet, look at how he left the North worse off than Jonathan left them under Obasanjo. So, back to what we're saying. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, with double master's degree, one from University of Maiduguri, one from a university in Cardiff in UK, and a PhD from University of Westminster in London, having got a bachelor's from University of Maiduguri too in economics. So he's well educated and opened 2 universities, one in Kano and Base University in Abuja. He is the chairman of the board of governors. He's well educated by every standard. He saw through all this gimmick. That's why he told Peter Obi, they've sowed a lot of landmine for you in the north. Do not come and campaign now. Concentrate in the south. Let me go and detonate all those landmines. And he did. Because he said that he told Peter Obi, don't worry, let me go to the north. I will go and do the underground work. When he finished, he said it in the interview. He said the North are waiting for Peter Obi now. They want to receive him. And they did. When Peter Obi went to Kano, come and see the crowd, he said, come and show me where Muslims buy bread cheaper than Christians. I want to know. Come and show me. And they're all looking at him. According to Dati Ahmed, he said, when an Igbo man tells you there's a business somewhere, better follow him. Peter Obi said, this vast agricultural land in the north, you will turn it to the next gold and crude oil so that an average farmer will be having money. The way they have granite pyramid exporting granite, that is what Peter Obi want to do. So tell me, with all these messages that he did, even he went to the palace of all the emirs and told them, and they saw reasons, because Buhari messed them up. If your own person can finish you, put you in penury, you must have to look elsewhere. So that Ahmed Nan said that idea that somebody from the south cannot help, they can't do us well, they will marginalize us. It's a lie. Buhari did all the nonsense he did. The suffering is more in the north. The poverty, in fact, poverty capital of the world is Nigeria. And do you know why? Because of northern Nigeria, where they call North. That is, if Nigeria is only south, southwest, and southeast, we can never be we be even the best country in Africa. We are poor and poverty capital because of those people they call the North. And Buhari caused it, because before Buhari, Nigeria was not the poverty capital. Go and ask them, they say Mesha in the North with 50 naira, 2 eggs, and the bread and tea, all these things. These days, with this thing, no more. So with all these things, we've now seen that Peter Obi won. All this propaganda, thank God. That's why I'm so happy that Enterprise came. I'm so blessed. I'm so happy. It's like you came because of me. Because all this is what is holding the northern part of the country down. If you talk of Islam and the religion, Indonesia is more populous than Nigeria. Indonesia is almost 99% Muslim. Yet, when you go there, it's highly advanced. Why is northern Nigeria not as advanced? Dubai, everybody is going to. Americans want to go to holiday. British people, even Italians that are Catholics, they go to Dubai. Have we forgotten that Dubai is a Muslim country? They have emir in Dubai, but it's developed. Why? Why is it that in the north, they are using religion to hold people down? So I'm happy that these things are happening. And that is what Obi should do. Open up the north. Let them see the light and behave like other Muslims all over the world. Indonesia is there as a guide. You can't be more Catholic than the Pope. You can't be more Islam than Saudi Arabia. Go over there. They are highly educated. Highly advanced. Are they not the people recruiting Nigerian doctors? Why can't the whole of Kano State, Jigawa, Zamfara be packing doctors from the south to come and treat them? But those doctors from our side are going to treat Muslims in Saudi Arabia. Are those people, are they not Muslims? Why? Now, Saudi Arabia is buying the best footballers from the Premiership. I'm not making it up. Go and Google. Ronaldo is playing in Saudi Arabia and is drawing a lot of people. Everybody is now going, even coach. The England football manager, Gareth Southgate, is considering going to Saudi to go and manage a club. So this is the feudal nature. Why Nigeria is in problem. Whenever they talk, as if North is different. Is it not the same Islam that they are practicing in Indonesia? Is it not the same Quran? Is it not the same Hajj that they go inside, that they go there? So please, Enterprise, I'm so grateful you came. And I want you to spread the gospel. The freedom of Nigeria to liberate the masses, it must start from the north. Because they have Muslims in Yoruba land. And they are progressing, they educate, they are moving up. People have forgotten that Gani Fawahimi was a Muslim. Gani is a Muslim till tomorrow. I don't think anybody is more Muslim than Gani. But he fought for human rights. He gave scholarship, educated a lot of people. Gani Fawahimi Solidarity Foundation, scholarship to even not only Ondo State, anybody. If you are lucky, I applied in those days, I couldn't get because I didn't go through I didn't know. So there are a lot of things, and Gani is a Muslim. So when people are playing all this religious card, bigotry, all these things, it pains me. And that is why the nonsense these people are holding on. The tribunal, I don't know what they are waiting for. Declare Peter Obi winner, the Northern has voted for him. Enterprise has confirmed it here. Because they've seen suffering. The Buhari they've been waiting for. They feel Abacha is not Muslim enough. I mean, Atiku is not Muslim enough. Can't remember, but nobody is more Muslim than Buhari. Oh, say Baba, say Baba, say Baba. Now they voted him. He messed up. He's even the worst. So why can't they not? Somebody should now come and convince me that the people that voted for Buhari and put 1,000,000% trust in him, he disappointed them, that those people are not willing to listen to another offer. That is the way life is. You can't tell me that the Northerners are mumu, that despite what Buhari did to them, they must be waiting for, no, we can't. Who? When you are hungry, do you care? Do you care where the food comes from? It is not the color of the cat, according to Mao Zedong, that matter. It is the cat that can. It is the rat that can build. It is the cat that can kill the rat. It is not the color of the cat. That's why we are where we are now, and it must stop. So I'm so grateful, my brother, for coming. Please spread the gospel. Tell them that you are now free. When they talk of Islam, tell them Indonesia is a Muslim country, the largest, the most populous Muslim country in the world. They are Muslims like every other person. Look at where they are. Their women work in factory line. Nearly 99% of the industry, they are owned by Americans. Nike, as I'm sure, that the biggest sports manufacturing company in the world, owned by Americans, is Indonesia. The women work there. We see them jeans and trainers and t-shirts doing factory line work. They are Muslims. When they need to pray, they go and pray. But in Nigeria, they'll tell you, oh, no, you don't need to work. You see, that is one of the reasons why Obi must come to power, to really free people. It's not coming to convert anybody, but to tell them that if you want to be a Muslim, there are other Muslims you have to look at so that you can develop. Than politicians like El-Rufai using this to bring them down. All the time they are talking of ethnicity, religion, keeping people down. When you see a Muslim in Nigeria, see if you are fighting, forgetting that there are Muslims in Ghana, they are living peacefully. There are Muslims in Brazil. There are Muslims in Argentina. There are Muslims in Uruguay. I've seen everywhere. But when you come to Africa, their own is different. Is my time up?
Yes, long time ago.
Yeah. Okay, I will return with Sulet. But thank you very much, Enterprise, for coming. I'm really happy. It's like you made my day with what you said, and continue to preach the gospel. That is so that Nigeria people can see the light and then find their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Augustine. If you have other stuff to talk about, you get that on your other segment. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. If I have to add to Enterprise appearance, for me, I give him 100% for coming out to speak, because we shouldn't in any way discourage anybody that is coming out to speak against this government. I'm not interested where you come from, or your tribe. I'm not interested. I've never have interest on that. I don't care. I just see us as Nigerians. We should speak and stand for what is right. That's my concern about that. Anyway, guys, help us to press on the like button. Share. The like is currently on 556. I bet we can go 600. Thank you very much, my people. All right. The next person is Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, thank you very much for coming to the panel.
Talk to us in 8 minutes. Mr. Alex, are you there? Okay, you're on screen, but you're not muted. Maybe you're not close. Mike Okosaya, thanks very much for coming back again. Please talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Yeah. Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much. I can see you are inside the bus. That's fine. Quickly talk to us.
Yeah. The my reason of joining the panel today was what do you call it? I made mistake on the topic. The topic I thought it say CJN has already declared OP winner. Then I was listening to everybody talking. I rewind the video right to the beginning. I cannot hear anybody jubilating or anything. So I was wondering, what's going on?
No.
Why everybody?
No, but the topic didn't
exactly
say declared.
I study it. I say, oh, I make mistake. You say CJN declared that they're asking him to declare.
Exactly.
I thought he said declared. So I was joining the panel to give my own congratulations. I make mistake. But it's in advance anyway. In advance.
Yeah, it will happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I made mistake reading the topic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I will come back to you then. Come back to you. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate it all. Oga Phyllis, we called you earlier on. I'm not sure you're still available yet. When you're available, you let me know. Mr. Alex, I called you as well. You're not available. When you're available, let me know. I'll go to Oga Onero. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us, sir.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Mr. Niger Watch, good evening. All the panelists that have been speaking constructively. The lady I listened to her earlier before I joined the panel, Madam, is in it now, whatever, you know. She's been very active and wonderful, and all the other female contributors. I always appreciate the ladies. They spice up everywhere. You know, now, let me also appreciate those on the comment section and those listening worldwide. Some that are listening that don't join the panel, you know, I've not joined for a while, but I've been listening. You know, continue to listen. Let the word go out. You know, well, let me address a couple of issues that have been raised earlier. Maybe expand on some other general issues. First and foremost, on the Keyamo issue, on his screening in the Senate, it's from my state. I'm from Delta State, but I lived in both Delta and Edo State, so I have affiliation to those two states. You know, I had never been a supporter of Keyamo since he joined the so-called evil APC party. You know, in his earlier professional life, we can say, okay, we were proud of him, of what he was doing to challenge the authority. He was one of those that sued Tinubu in the 1990s when the man became governor. He was one of those that sued him. Now he's his apologist.
Oga Onero, the dust is light for where you did.
Nor does he have the capacity to be a minister in any sphere. He has shown that he's incompetent. He has nothing to show. For the period he was Minister of State for Labor under the monumental failure of an APC government led by General Muhammadu Buhari, ably enabled by the current leader of the APC, I don't call him my president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You know, he had nothing to show. In light of that, some of us have been asking, where are the Labour Party senators? Where are the Labour Party House of Rep people? Let them speak up. However, when I dug deep, of course, some of us know some parliamentary procedures who have been involved one way or the other from our student union activism time back home. You know, there are procedures. There are rules of the House, of the Senate that must be followed. If you don't follow it, you may be sanctioned. You know, so on one hand, I was thinking, is it that the present Senate president is suppressing, or the Speaker of the House is suppressing, or is not giving chance, which may be a high possibility, to the opposition senators to raise their voices, even when the LP senator from Abia State, I know his name before now. I never knew he was in other parties before now, you know. But I know we had a very outstanding LP senator from Abia State. I don't know him by his face before, but I know his name. You know, when he mentioned his name, Darlington, Wokocha, I say, oh yes, these are the kind of people that we proudly will say represent our values and what we stand for in Nigeria, in the parliament. As an LP senator, I will say I'm proud of his outspokenness and the issues he raised. Others LP senators and opposition senators should take a cue from Honorable Senator. I can attach Honorable to his name because he has distinguished himself as an honorable, distinguished senator of the House, of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as the case may be. Kudos to him. Kudos to him. We need more of that fire coming out from our senators to press them, to hit them hard. The evil APC, as the case may be, you know. That is for that on the LP senator. Then on the issue of what's going on in Niger, I'll first speak on the general terms. No matter how crazy, how stupid, how nonsensical that the civil rule may look like, for some of us that lived back home under military rule in the 80s and in the 90s, for some of us, those that were older that live under military rule in the 60s and in the 70s, it's the same process. I will never, for me, I'm talking for myself, others may take a different view. For myself, I will never, ever support any form or shape of any military rule in Nigeria, ever again. Those that are elected or selected, as the case may be, as civil society people or civil rule people, we as civil society people, those of us that know what's going on, can hold their feet to the fire. We can petition them. We can do many things under the military. It's going to be very, very difficult. The military people, when they come in at first, they tell you they want to resolve this, they want to resolve that, they want to fight corruption. The people that cemented corruption in Nigeria are the military, and they are still continuing up to date. The laws of Nigeria, the present constitution of Nigeria, was written by those that have their loyalty to the military and some northern interests, as the case may be. Those, their decrees, they instituted them, and some of the illegalities that are going on in Nigeria were cemented by these so-called military people. So for me, military in Nigeria is a no. Anywhere in Africa, if the Niger people choose to do military people, let them enjoy it. I can't live under a military administration. Again, ever, ever, ever. Never. But if Africans, some African countries choose, that's their part, let them enjoy it. the issue of the war, the decision this so-called leader of our country, I'm never going to use him as my president. I'd rather use the leader currently. He may be disposed of in a short while when the judgment comes at the long run, hopefully. You know, his decision for you to know a leader, for you to know a good leader who has brain and who can think, who can analyze, are the major decisions that leader have taken and what the impact of such decisions have been on the people. What decision is, what impact his decision has been on his people, major decisions. I will give example. His rash decision when he was sworn in, that subsidy is gone. Nigerians have not recovered from his bombastic policy-making approach to the challenges facing our people. That impact is still being felt in Nigeria up till tomorrow. I won't say at this moment. It's continuing. It's getting worse. There's hunger. I talked to my brother today. Earlier, I called me from Nigeria. The things are tough. Things are tough. Things are tough. But for me, some of them, I want them. We want them. But I can't say, of course, my brother never voted APC. No, he never. He don't want them. He never voted it. But others, because of tribalism, I will say it here, because of tribalism, some people in the Southwest voted for these persons. Because of religion, bigotry, some people in the North voted for this person. However, me I know Obi got more votes than him. But if people did not vote for these evil people, they won't have enough vote to say they want to allocate some vote to them. You see, got some vote from the North and from the Southeast. From the Southwest, some states in the Southwest. Like Ondo State, I can say that. Ekiti State, I can say that. Oyo State, I can say that. Ogun State, I can say that. Obi may have gotten some good vote, but majority of these states I'm mentioning voted massively for this man because of tribalism. Nothing more. And that's the truth. Let's call a spade a spade. I don't know how much time I got. I may want to continue if I still have some time, Mr. Elvis.
Wow. Oga Nero, thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful submission. It's good to have you on the panel today. Thank you very much. Everybody on the panel that don't talk, I'm going to have our second round now. But before that, I'd like to quickly appreciate every one of you right there. Thank you, my wonderful people, for your time with us. If you know, so you never press on the like button, please help us to press on the like button and help us to share as well. I noticed that many of you don't share the broadcast anymore. What do we really want? We want a better Nigeria. We must be able to support each other's, to achieve this goal. That's just the fact. We must achieve it together by liking, by sharing, by joining the panel, by calling in, by just encourage, especially those of us in the front line, encourage us to do more. If not, it's not easy. It's not by prayers, even though we know, yes, prayers work, but we got to put in the work for it to work properly. But meanwhile, before we take, sorry guys, I was reading some of the message. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. We're going to have our final submission right now. We're already here now for 4 hours plus. So let's have our final submission on what we have presented so far. I would like us to focus even more on the pending judgment from the judiciary, because at the moment now,
In case you guys are not aware, judgment can come in now at any time. They could call these people to come in tomorrow. It could be next tomorrow, anytime. Remember, the deadline is on the 12th, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let me check if I still have it here. 1 minute. The deadline when they're supposed to pass judgment. Oh, I don't have it here anymore. I don't have it. The timeline is not with me right here. I'll check the timeline. I'll give you guys 100% update tomorrow. I think it's on the 12th of August, the timeline. So, and today is 7th, right? Tomorrow is 8th. So they don't have no choice than to pass this judgment at least maximum before the end of Friday next week. They should pass the judgment, you know. All right, let's move on. Madam Ahmed, thank you very much for coming in. Say sorry, Oga Elvis, for not buying your coffee tonight. I loaded my credit in and they tell me, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I understand. You even saying it at all. You already bought it. You have the mind. You already put a smile on my face. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you for your support. God bless you. Guys, press on the like button, help us to share. So let's move around. Let me go back to Madam Nena again. Madam Nena, thank you very much for sticking with us. You have 5 minutes. Please talk to us. Final submission.
Did you call me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Are you available?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, your final submission, 5 minutes, man.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for that submission. I just want to, address finally this. First of all, about the judiciary and their coming up. I don't know what is keeping them. I don't know. I want to believe that at this point, honestly speaking, I believe that all this, even this um, song of war and everything that Tinubu and his people are saying, I think all these things are just like maybe gimmicks that they're trying to use to maybe delay the judgment and prolong his stay and everything. I think all these things are gimmicks. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, look at the massive turnout on the street of in Niger. It's obvious that Nigerians, they love the military. So as far as I'm concerned, whatever that is happening to Niger, Niger should be able to take care of their situation. Like people have been saying, that they kill in different countries. What is so special that these people are coming in? That they want to go and do this, their, what is it called, the military intervention or whatever they are threatening to do. So that tells me that it's like this Tinubu's constant trip to France or whatever. Maybe he's into one agreement or the other with these people. He's trying to please them by acting all this stuff and everything that he's doing. So we don't need it. Nigerians, it's obvious that they love the military juntas. It's very, very obvious that they love them. They enjoy, they love it. They love what's just happened. So you cannot just force them to accept. Tinubu we should not think that the way he forced himself on Nigerians to accept it, that that's the same way every other country is going to do it. Whatever he's going to do, it's going to be a serious backfire on him and his people. That is just the truth about it. So they should just the judiciary, another coming to judiciary, please. I don't even know if at this point that we need to be begging them, because they should see the angle that this country is heading to, and they don't have any choice there to do the right. That the only right thing here is to give this mandate to whom it belongs. It is very clear to every human being that Peter B won this election. With all this, their amalgamaga and this, their senseless delays and everything. Let Nigerians not sleep and wake up and they act the way they act. They always act like witches and wizards that they are, to announce one result or whatever, one judgment or the other while people are sleeping. Nigerians will not take it. Look at the massive this thing in Niger. Honestly speaking, Nigerians are going to troop out on the street because enough is enough. We cannot just continue like this. Something must change. Something must happen in this country. The way this country is going, with everything that is happening, is very obvious that this is a wreckage that is Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. If something is not done recently, if the head is not rescued as fast as possible, this country is heading it. Nigeria is heading in a very wrong direction. So judiciary, at this point, nobody is begging you. You have seen all the evidence. The whole world has seen it. The whole world is even saying it, that this man that is there is an illegitimate president. The whole world is saying it. So if you want to repaint the image of this country, it is all left for you. But if you want to destroy it, it is all left for you. Ariwoola and your lights, do the needful. restore the hope, restore the sanity, restore the dignity, restore the integrity of this country that is called Nigeria. Whatever is left of it, it is all in your hands to restore it. Do the right thing. Nigerians are waiting, the whole world is waiting. Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. God bless everyone. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Madam Nena. Thank you for your final submission. God bless you. Okay. Two persons that will be giving a long minutes today will be Oga CM and Mr. Alex, if Alex is available. But meanwhile, let me move on to give us a mandate. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please give us your final submission. Thank you.
Well, I think for me, in closing, Judiciary should just go ahead and we just call on Judiciary to do the right thing, because at this time, that is the best thing that can ever happen to Nigeria. Because a lot of things are just going on. The nation is not in the right course, and we just need for Judiciary to, at least for once, listen to the cry of the
People attend to the calls of Nigeria. Peter Obi won the election. It's so glaring that Peter Obi won his election on a landslide. And so I don't honestly, I don't really know what judicial they should not be. What are they even waiting for that they've not decided on this case when the evidence are overwhelming? The evidence is themselves can prove that they are truly evidence. So I mean, for me, I really don't know, and all other things I'll just, you know what, we'll just be here doing what we know how to do best, and then we'll see how this whole judgment thing goes. And I'm not sure if a date has been fixed yet, but all eyes on Ariwoola and his team. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
All right. Give us a mandate. Thank you very much, my dear brother. I appreciate your presence today. Thank you for your submission. Let me move on to the next person. Engineer Francis, are you there with us, sir?
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Please give us your final submission, 5 minutes.
Justice Samani, Your Honor, it is my belief, based on how long you guys are taking to come up with this, that you have addressed the constitutional section of the petition. And I am happy and encouraged that you guys are taking longer, because that tells me you want to do the collation yourself too and add it up and give us the real winner. You don't want to send us to a rerun. I hope that's what you guys are taking this time. Because if you tell me that you're taking this time to interpret the Constitution, which even what's his name, that Abakoba, Olisa Abakoba, said that the constitutional aspect of this petition can be addressed in 2 days. And I concur with him. So if you come up with a rerun or cancellation based on the constitutional section, why then are you taking this long? So I want to believe that you are handling the collation also, so you can give us the exact results. That's one. And two, let me move from you guys and the judiciary. Tinubu, please. In fact, I don't even know if Nigeria, or what the Nigerian equivalent to National Institute of Health or the Centers for Disease Control is over there in Nigeria. But if they will conduct a test or some sort of survey, they will find out, and I can say this, that the incidence of cancer in those northern areas in Nigeria are higher than in the south. Now, let me tell you one suspect. The suspect, okay, there was a time there was a fire wildfire in Canada. The smoke from the wildfire in Canada. Do you know here in North Carolina, next to Florida, it's like you look outside, the whole place is covered with smoke. We felt it. That's how wind can transfer anything.
All right. Your network is
Like
breaking.
sludge. Oh, excuse me. How is it now?
Okay, it's good, but it's breaking continuously. But that's fine. Round up.
There are millions of tons of radioactive sludge in the open in Niger, around that Arlit area. And they emit radon, which is transmitted by wind. And you know they have those high Sahara winds. So I can bet you that it even brings it even into Nigeria as we speak. You are going to go and attack that nation and then send some more of those things in the air? Or France is now going to do it without you, but you already gave them your blessing. France doesn't care because we are millions of, well, not millions, but we are thousands of miles away from them. So whatever they do there will not, the wind will not get it as far as France. But we, the next door neighbors in Nigeria, we are the ones that will suffer the brunt. So whatever permissions you guys give France, take it back and tell France that if they attack Niger, that they are now attacking the whole of Africa. As a matter of fact, we are going to attack them back however we can. But please, whatever blessings you gave them already, take it back. We don't want them to come and attack our brothers and then send all those radioactive winds into Nigeria. No. Look at how careful they are being in Ukraine, being sure that they don't cause that nonsense, because they know that anything that happens around that Chernobyl will affect Poland, will affect everywhere. They are being careful about their own, but here we are being careless, trying to let them come here and mess us up. This is an existential issue, because that means that whether there will be a Nigeria in the future for the future generation or not, that depends on you guys. So ECOWAS, whatever you did with France, take it back. And Tinubu, I'm beginning to suspect that you are really not a Nigerian, because you have never shown the interest of Nigeria as your top priority in anything you're doing so far. It's only 60 days, but you have done more damage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Francis. He said Tinubu is not a Nigerian. Sad. It's sad that when you have money, anything can happen in this country. You know, we can't continue like this. We cannot. If you see what is pushing Tinubu to where he is right now, because you have money to buy everybody that allow themselves to be bought. So let me move on though. Let me move on and call on the next person. Okay. It's gonna be Oga CM. Oga CM, sir, please. Or you want me to keep you last? You mute yourself, we'll not hear you. You want me to come back to you?
No, come back to me. Let me go on, not to worry. Actually, I know the burning issue in Nigeria today. I wouldn't lose sight of that fact. Is proper going to Niger Republic for war to, I don't know in whose interest. You see, the thing is, the simple logic to all this is that the military, the primary purpose of government is to protect life and properties. And that protection falls on the military and on the defense. Internally, it is the police and the secret service that will be internal, like SSS. Don't mind the fact that SSS is being it's like it's being privatized. Anybody they behave like market women. They are ubiquitous everywhere. Instead of being felt but not seen. Then the internally is the police and the SSS. Externally, it is the military, the army, and maybe the navy for the waters, the air force for air, and then the secret service again that will be doing external one, which we call state security. Is in I don't forgot in central. There's something Babangida called it. Now, before you deploy your military, it will be in the best interest of your country. Before you put young men and women in harm's way, the premium must be very high. By that I mean that it must have been discussed exhaustively in details at your national parliament, in this case the House of Reps. In such a situation, every member, 360 of them, must stand up and speak. Nobody will say, I second this person or this, because you are representing an inch of the geographical area called the country. So these are why we do, because we know that going for militaries will be for the nation's interest. Now, the question one can easily ask is, in whose interest is Nigeria going to Niger? The fact that Niger changed their government like Nigeria usually do, because we are masters of it, we have a 6 military coup since January 66, 29 July 66, 29th September 75, 13th February 76, then 31st December 1993, and then 17th November 1984, and then 17th November 1993, about 6 times. So since we've been doing all this, we do it out of our own interest, albeit selfish, but we are not doing it to satisfy any country. By changing, Nigeria has been having military coup. We are not doing it because we want to satisfy any country. And no country has ever felt threatened about it as to attack us because we change. So what is Nigeria going to do in Niger? If France feel threatened, it means because the French interest is served by whatever goes on in Niger. But Nigeria's interest is not threatened. So I stand to be educated why Nigeria is going there. So obviously, also when we have an illegitimate somebody at the Aso Rock, even if it's Obi who is legitimate, I wouldn't even advise military. There is no need for us to attack ourselves. Niger is, to me, as far as I know, they are harmless to us. Even more or less, now that everything is being revealed, they are the people constituting all this. In fact, if I will even kick against it, but I wouldn't levy war against them. They are the people talking of all this in those days when INEC is announcing a electoral result. By the time they say PDP is winning, or maybe one man is winning in Edo or Anambra or Ekiti or this, they say, this one no be. By the time they release the KKK result, it will be in millions. And it is true. You hear 2 million, 3 million, all this. They don't know that these are Niger people that came in. But be that as it may, I wouldn't, because of that, levy one then. So, in a nutshell, going to Niger is, there's no justification for it at all. We shouldn't even dare it. If his French feel that they're serving their interest, then sort it out. Even then, French, from what we've learned now, or what I've learned, is really the fact all these francophone countries in West Africa, they are really not free. They are still under colonial bondage. In fact, they are still being colonized. According to Arikana, the lady that represents AU at the UN or something, she is saying that 85% of the resources of the money of all these francophone countries are deposited with the Bank of France, and they pay interest if they need it. You can imagine somebody holding 85% of your money. That person is at your, it's like holding your life, not to talk of any other imbalance of, they say balance, but this is imbalance of trade and imbalance of payment. So there are a lot of things going on, but I'm glad that the people of Niger, they've woken up. In fact, there's like the way Nigeria fought for what we did with Zikawo, Sadwana, Amadu Bello, all the nationalists that fought for independence, going for constitutional conference in London in the 50s. I think that is what Niger is doing now. They want to be really free, because if you can't have a central bank of your country controlling your monetary policy and fiscal policy, issuing and then withdrawing currency, controlling inflation, fixing interest rate, I mean, you are not yet free now. You are not yet free. You must depend on France, and it's at their beck and call. So as far as I'm concerned, I support them, whatever it will take them to liberate themselves. And at the same time, I urge France not to expose their underbelly, because it's a shame. In this day, they're still looking for who to control. It's morally not right at all. At a time when Germany is paying reparation to Namibia, yes, Germany paid some amount of money that some few years back, or last year or 2 years ago, and they apologized that because they colonized Namibia, they are giving them this in return, because the name Windhoek is a German name, or Windhoek they call it, the capital. So why is France still talking of what they want to be in Africa the way they were in the 30s? It's a shame, really. And I think the world should stand up and tell them that is terrible, that we are controlling a human being like this. Look at all the men. Thank God that everything is coming out. In fact, the people of Niger, Mali, and all this, they've endured more than enough. I doubt if that will happen in Nigeria. I doubt it. You can't hold a country like. Then why are they independent? Why are they a sovereign nation? If they can't have if you should be putting hands and even dictating to them what to do, oh my God, it can't happen. Even if in a state like where they practice federalism, like in Germany or Brazil or Australia or Canada or US, every state is more like independent of its own, only that they control currency and immigration and foreign policies centralized. But in terms of you have some measure of autonomy, and that is what Nigeria had during the First Republic, which we were talking of, restructuring, so that we go back to it and have some measure. Then can you then imagine and a country with a flag, national anthem, and an identity under the UN, yet being, I mean, they are not as free as maybe the Western region or Eastern region or Northern region or Midwestern region was in Nigeria in those days, or some states, the regions of Germany or Canada, Australia are now. So it's a terrible shame. Tinubu should not go there and model things up, please, in the interest of humanity. Just stay clear. The best you could do for them as fellow Africans is you appeal for peace, and then let dialogue prevail. That's why I said somewhere that at a point like this, I feel I'm a diplomat for Nigeria. I will play the Oyibo people their own game. All I will do is that to slow things down, ECOWAS committee of maybe 8, we meet in one remote area in Burkina Faso. After that, we rise, drink tea, pose for photograph, and then move to another remote area, maybe this time in Ghana. After that, this is what we'll be doing. Instead, then we call France to come and present their own case. This is what somebody will do. Every country will have their own peace envoy. We can't continue, to be throwing bomb and grenade in African soil. It's not worth it. Because like Bill Clinton said, when you lift your gun, innocent people will die. You are not likely to get your target. Even if you get your target, you are going to get the one you did not target. So the casualty will be more than you anticipated. And being this type of war, you know the day you started it, but do you know the day it's going to end? Nobody can tell. Even at that, when you start a war, as you're advancing, people will still call you, come to the dialogue table. The dialogue table you refuse to come to, maybe weeks or months or years when the war started, now you will be going to dialogue table. So if you can finally go to table of dialogue or table of brotherhood, like Martin Luther King said, why not start it at the earlier stage so that you can save the cost in humanitarian lives and then all those things. So invariably, I'm saying Tinubu should not contemplate at all. I thank God that the House voted for it. Although the sentiment people are expressing is quite genuine, like Chief Sobibweze said when he was starting before this thing, it's quite genuine because in Nigeria, we don't usually see things from the practical prism of, responsibility and merit. We always think of whose ass should be kicked. Oh, yes, go and kick that side. It's not. I'm not from Niger. I don't have anything to do there. but I feel for humanity. There's really no reason to go there from a Nigerian point of view, and I don't think there's reason for any other African country, be it Ghana, be it Republic of Benin or Togo, to go fighting them for what? They change the government, which they feel is not responding to their needs. By the way, is that not what Megafuli did in Tanzania? Only that they did it democratically. Britain is mining the gold in Tanzania and giving them peanuts like France is doing with uranium in Niger. Megafuli, bachelor's degree in chemistry, PhD in chemistry too. He came up and said, look, he won the election and called Britain to say, look, we have to renegotiate this. You'll be mining, look at how backlog, we have to pay all this. Otherwise, we terminate it. Britain agreed. Yes, they agreed. But whether that led to the man's death, because there are certain things you might not know. But however, Tanzania recouped a lot of millions of dollars, and with it now they started building massive, brand new airport, roads all over the country, developing their ship. Man, just talk of Tanzania. That's why World Health now rate them, what they call a middle income country. No more third world, not a low income anymore, or high income like US and Canada or Switzerland. They say they are middle income, which means they are higher than Nigeria. Life expectancy obviously will show up. Human Development Index is going up. They are implementing what is it called? Sustainable Development Goals. They've moved from MDG, Millennium, which will be implemented in Anambra State, that won him award. So they've now moved to the second one, which is SDG, Sustainable Development. So look at where Tanzania is because of the vision of one leader, and they renegotiated. What France should do is, it doesn't mean you go back. If you are stealing my property, I didn't know for years. The day I discover is the day we renegotiate. Now, with the Boki people in Niger, they've come up. They've seen it, that how come they should be having resources, and yet they are the poorest country in the world. They have to ask themselves a question. Say, what is happening? And even if not for anything, if the way I am, I'm inconsequential, insignificant, should know what happened in Tanzania, why shouldn't the people of Niger know that in Tanzania, look at what happened? That's why their country transformed. So they have to call France and say, look, this uranium you are taking, no, we are not getting peanuts from it. You have to renegotiate it, or we nationalize it and take it. Then you negotiate, and then you give them what is their due in that case, so that you don't lose the whole thing. And then with it now, you see Niger can transform. If Dubai, a desert, can become what it is, why can't Niger? Must desert be desert forever? With resources, you can transform anyway. So the logic, if I'm a diplomat, I should be calling France, say, look, come to the table. This is what we do. I cite the instance of Tanzania, because one good turn deserves another. If something is done somewhere that is good, you copy it. South Africa did Truth and Reconciliation under Desmond Tutu. The British, despite their advancement with the Irish, after signing Good Friday Agreement in 1997, that in the end collapsed, or it didn't work to some extent, they invited Desmond Tutu to cheer what they did in Ireland. They invited him. Despite being a black man, they say, come, you did it in South Africa, come and help us here. He did. He cheered the one of the Irish. So I don't see, there's nothing in this world. The idea of the West, know it all, or the black man should be lauded, should be left where he is. No, he should stop. After all, why are we in an interconnected world? The people of Niger have seen that they are impoverished, not as a result, although their leaders could be corrupt, but they found out that the resources, they are not getting what they want. And France is taking everything. So why should France, even if they say they don't want France to do it again, that is theirs. You can't be in France, in Paris, and be controlling what happens in Niger. It shouldn't be. So if you want to be a good neighbor to Niger people as a former colonial power, you go and renegotiate with them, give them their due. They've woken up. You've been deceiving them before. Now the scales have fallen off their eyes. They now know what to do. So that's why they've done it by force. Say, let's change the government and then seize all these things. So you go and negotiate, threatening them that you bomb who? After bombing them, then what happens? Then you take over Niger. It's not gonna happen. It wouldn't happen, and it's not going to be possible. So France, whatever they are doing, let them just swallow the, what is it
All
called?
right.
and then come to the negotiating table and negotiate with them. As per Tinubu, please steer clear. Nigeria has not got any money to go and waste anywhere. Besides, our interest is not protected. I mean, our interest is not threatened in Niger, and we don't stand to gain anything by going there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ogasi, and God bless you. Thank you. All right, my people, let me quickly give opportunity for Takuma. You just joined us right now.
Mr. Elvis, I greet you very well. God bless
Alpha,
you.
my lovely brother.
My brother, they know say I do for background every 24 hours, 7 days a week. You
I
understand?
believe you.
I might not come to the show, but I'm there. You understand? You guys are doing very, very well. God bless all of you.
Thank you.
You see, Niger Watch, I want to quickly say something.
Yeah.
Timaya saying song, say me, I know they do graga, I just the play raga. Make I tell you, all these things are graga. They can't do anything. You see now, with the language of Tinubu, we now know clearly who ordered the massacre at Lekki Toll Gates. Because that is his approach. His approach is violence, criminality, and, you know, chaos and causing confusion everywhere. We know who ordered the killing in Lekki Toll Gates. But you see, I thank God that the Northerners have confronted him head on. And I know one thing for sure, Nigeria army, they are not equipped, they are not mentally ready, and they don't have the military strength to stand Niger. So that chapter is a closed chapter. France is unfortunate, they have been exposed. You see, Nigeria, there's a video I saw on your platform, on the WhatsApp platform, about this Italian, was it a prime minister, one woman, who made a submission on how, you know, she thinks and she believes that Europe is supposed to be relating with Africa right now. You see this, they say you saw what?
Yes, I'm not sure I've seen it.
Yes, it's on your platform. It's on your WhatsApp platform. Very, very important. If I could look for it and forward it to you, I think it's something that you want to look into. You see, the truth of the matter is that they say when person wake up, at that time in morning be.
Exactly.
Africa have been sleeping. You understand? But now Africa have woken up. And these young men in the military, I'm not talking about, I believe they are in our Nigerian army too, but across West Africa, this coup you are seeing is because the people are suffering amidst of abundance of natural resources. And regardless of the fact that they are on uniform, they are not spared from the suffering because they have family members, they have brothers and sisters, and they are seeing what the Western Europe are doing with the resources that their motherland has, and they have decided to take, you know, their destiny in their hands, since the puppets, our leaders, will not do the same. I am encouraging the Nigerian military to follow suit. There was a speaker speaking here right now saying that he has seen a lot of things during the military, and he doesn't want to see military to come over. They say na condition and they make Rafish bend. The current state of Nigeria right now, I'm not that young, I'm also not that old, but I know that in my very young days, the economy and the lifestyles of Nigerians were much better during the military regime. At least I saw IBB, Abdul Salami, those people. Even like the late, what's his name? Abacha, even though he was a satanic human being. But what our leaders are doing to us right now is worse than the military, because even the military have some sense of discipline. These guys have no discipline. So I heard that there are some people that are going to meet the judiciary to pervert justice. The likes of, what's the former Lagos State governor? The likes of Wike, the likes of
Fashola
Fashola,
Okay.
Mary Odili. And I heard that Fashola now carries military. It's no longer police, now military, and they guide them. That is to show that if that is true, allegedly, I don't have that information to be confirmed, but allegedly, that is to say that there's something that is going on in the background. And I want to join a speaker that made a submission, was it yesterday, who was really parrying, saying that Nigeria should not wait for the decision before they take action. They should not wait, because we were waiting and believing that INEC would do the right thing. And eventually, look at where we are now. So now that we are hearing rumor that these people are trying to provide justice, Nigerians should begin to identify their location. Because if they need to use one person to do example, I'm telling you, that has been my position, and that will continue to be my position. Even though I respect Nigeria's platform, then I still stand that one person need to fall down as an example, so that the people who are to render justice to Nigeria will get the message. Because when all these criminals are still perambulating, even with security, they look as if they have resistance and they can, do what they want and get away with it. One person needs to go down before the judgment. That's what I mean, not after the judgment. Before the judgment, somebody needs to fall down.
All right. We don't support discussion like this. I'm sorry.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I did.
Thank you, Gingerbread Man. Fortunately, this is not the kind of discussion this channel stands for. I'm not here to encourage or anybody to fall anybody down. I'm here to tell the judiciary to do the right thing. Like I said before, like I just stopped Gingerbread Man now, I can only stop everybody on my panel when you go out of what my channel stands for. But when it's out of my channel, do I have right to stop him? The answer is no. So that's why the judiciary have all the opportunity now to do the right thing, because my power ends here, ends with my channel. You can't say this, you can say this. Now only here it ends. After here, I can't control anybody. So when you push anybody to the wall, it's not up to you, judiciary. Yes, it's up to you. Thank you very much, my people. I would like to call on the next person to speak to us. Oga Onero, please give us your final submission. 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis and the fellow panelists. I want to quickly address a couple of issues from the last video you played on the Niger crisis. Well, I will still reiterate, excuse me, or reinforce my personal opinion that I never, ever want to live under any military government, no matter what it is. I repeat, no matter how benevolent they may seem to be, they only do that at the beginning of when they take power. Give them 6 months, give them 1 year, give them 2 years. They turn tyrants, impunity. Even if they improve the economy to an extent, which I know they don't, their level of corruption is worse. They will post somebody from Kebbi to come and be administrator in Edo State. They will post somebody from Kano to come and head the oil-rich Delta State. That is their structure. More annoying is the militarization of the Constitution of Nigeria and the laws that govern Nigeria today. The laws we have been complaining about was instituted by these evil military people. On the Niger side, if they want to military to rule them, that is up to them. That is why we support what every other person is saying. The Nigerian government should not use any form of force to kill any African brother in the interest of any Western world or even in the interest of Nigeria. No killing. We are against that. No buying of anybody in Africa by Africans. We are against it. I'm against it. If they want to rule by their military, let them enjoy it. If that's their choice, At some point, if they want to revert, it's up to them. You know, that's on the Niger side. Now, back to Nigeria, which is our concern, the tribunal judgment. What we say, you know, eyes on the judiciary. I commend all obedient worldwide that have really been putting their eyes on the judiciary, calling them out, even when it's alleged, is putting them on their toes to do what is right. Whether it's the CJN, excuse me, whether it's the CJN, whether it's
Are you
the
okay?
former government. Yes, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I just drank a little water now to clear my throat. You know, so
Please round up, sir.
okay. Oh, is it 5 minutes? I just started. Shit.
Yeah,
This
5
is
minutes very issue.
oh my goodness. Okay.
You have 2 minutes left. Let me put
I
it
will round up in 2 minutes. Okay, I'll round up in 2 minutes. My predictions on their judgment, likely judgment. 2 things they likely gonna do. They may order a rerun on one hand, and also disqualify Tinubu on 3 grounds. On the APM petition that invalidated the Tinubu nomination, as the case may be, because it delayed in picking a replacement for his placeholder VP, and then the $450,000 forfeiture as petitioned by the PDP, and the LP, as well as the forgery, certificate forgery, petitioned by the PDP, and the NYC certificate manipulation, which have a decule as against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Then on the other hand, they may. So the rerun will include LP, PDP, and every other participant before if they want, I don't know how they're going to maneuver and let Tinubu not be disqualified. They may just order a rerun for everybody so that peace can just reign in Nigeria. Thank you.
We don't need a rerun, sir. We don't need a rerun at all.
Just giving my prediction of what they likely gonna do.
No, yeah, but we don't want that at all. Anyway, thank you very much, Oga Nero, for your submission. That is your opinion, and everybody is entitled to their opinion. But for me, I don't want a rerun, because a rerun, a lot of people will not have time to go on the street to go vote again. So, and Nigeria doesn't have the money to conduct another election, and we can also conduct another election under fraudulent, satanic person of Mahmoud. He's still there. He's still the head of INEC. So we should do. There's every reason for the run not to work. You know, we shouldn't embrace it at all. All right. Let me move on to Ahmed.
Well, let me just add to what you said. Personally, my desire, just let me just add 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. My desire is for them to declare Peter Obi the winner. We will all be excited. But from what is happening in Nigeria, I don't know if they go that route. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Madam Ahmed Bright, good evening to you, ma'am. Please talk to us. You have 5 minutes. No, your network is not good, ma'am. We can't hear you. We can't hear you at all. At all. We can't hear you, madam.
It's okay. Hello?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Hello?
Madam, we can't hear you. Your network is bad. I have to remove you. I'm sorry. It's disturbing the broadcast. I don't know what you are using. Sometimes when you come here, your network is good. Sometimes it's not good. I wish I can help. You know. Thank you very much. Everybody right there. I believe everybody have given their final submission. So Oga Felix, we did not hear from you all day, you know. So and okay, everybody have given their final submission. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you right there. I would like to appreciate those of you that came to the panel today. Thank you. Now God bless you now. Thank you very much for your consistency. To so many of you right there. Oga CM, thank you very much for coming in. Mr. Alex,
The good thing about it is that you talk on the phone, but you could not talk when you were on the screen. I don't know what happened. Thank you very much, Madam Nena. Give us a mandate, my brother. Thank you very much, Gina Francis. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mark Konsaya, Oga Onero. Thank you very much. Jaja Breadma, I'll give you another 1 minute, and I'll give Oga CN 1 minute soon. So I would like to quickly appreciate those of you that supported me today financially. Adelaja Ogumbi, thank you very much. I want to give Ferdinand, thank you very much, sir. Lady Eugenia, thank you very much. Adolai Wash, thank you. Martin Benjamin, thank you, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Dr. Alexander Gomez, Zipero, and God bless every one of you. Then we have Show, thank you very much, and George Blueshell. And God will bless you now. And for my wonderful people that called in, thank you. God bless you all. For those of you I could not pick your call, understand with us. If you not reach your turn today, go reach your turn tomorrow. Please don't be quick to blame us. We don't deliberately ignore people's call. Some people call this broadcast sometimes more than 50 times. You still don't get to their turn. Please don't take it personal. Some of you do take it personal sometimes, thinking that we deliberately don't want to pick your call. As far as me your be, so I don't have any issue with anybody on earth. So I don't even get space for my heart to keep anybody. To be honest, if I verse for you, I don't finish. So I'm not that kind of person. If you understand me, I'm a very total different person. I don't have that time. Please, I do a lot of research every day, put things together, looking forward to my broadcast, coming on air to talk to people with legitimate information and all that. That's my business. Say for me to come and say, please, if we not pick your call, understand with us. Somebody actually sent me a message that you'll be calling. You have, according to your statement, that you have called more than 1,000 times. We know they pick and we know they let you. Then you end up by saying that we know they let you. They enter the panel. I don't even know you. And according to your message to our WhatsApp, that's the first time you are messaging our WhatsApp. So there's no history that we have communicated before. There's no history that you send any message to Niger WhatsApp number before. Your message that I saw today is the first time the message is coming to our phone. And I don't even know you now. If I know you, we're not the select people. You said we deliberately don't want you to come to the panel. To be honest, I don't know. Even though you are new on the channel, we have a way of asking people, is it your first time on the channel? And where are you joining us from? So for me, Oga, Madam, whoever you are, please, not the two verse, not today this life. We don't know how we tell offend you, but just take it easy. Oga Felix, we don't call you for the past 72 hours. You don't answer us, but I'll give you 2 minutes to quickly talk to us. We're rounding up now.
My beloved brother, I told you the last time, if you call me twice, I no gree answer. Carry basket, filter me come on for the panel.
That's fine. It's okay. Thank you. Talk to
because
us.
My network, I put on the private chat before that my network was a little bit frustrating. Now the network now you hold me since, so they try fix some up. Later I sleep off, leave the phone for one corner. I was so surprised.
So 2 minutes you get, sir. I really understand. That's fine. Talk to us 2 minutes.
For the one where I come meet, as for we I want start for Keyamo, he never see.
2 minutes you get, or 2 minutes.
No problem. With the 2 minutes, the 2 minutes is more than enough. And not be my beloved sister Rita. For the for Festus Keyamo, according to my beloved sister Rita, make he enter house. I said it the other time. If care is not taken, democracy started in Tinubu regime and it will end in its regime. Mark my word. We are not praying for that, but judiciary, whether you like it or not, you must interpret the constitution and the law of our beloved nation. 25% in FCT, double nomination of Shetima, $460,000 provision in US is more than enough. Even though that they threaten you now for back here, say we don't give una money, allegedly, una need to do everything possible in our favor. Decline. If possible, refund their money for them. Do the right thing if you don't want to end democracy in Nigeria. It's a sad warning to you all. We are not begging. We are not begging. Don't think that we have been quiet ever since. We are just only waiting for your final judgment. If you are going to interpret the rightful constitution written by Nigerians, or you are going to turn it upside down and read the backside of it for us to hear, then you guys, you people will know the stuff Nigerians, where meaningful Nigerians have made for. When you push the goat to the wall, when he turn back, he will bite. Be ready. We are ready for you people. This is not business as usual.
Thank you.
It's time. It's now or never. For Rerun, we don't have any money to spend. As the economy they go, so now we want to the budget another billion. We be said, don't give. They should first and foremost ask Mahmoud for the money where they give her for Rerun. May we fair collect that one. That one will solve a low problem for the economy now. Because we can't accept Rerun. Day, night, money, we can never accept Rerun from you people. I hear it for now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, we shouldn't accept it. We shouldn't embrace it. We shouldn't discuss it. Because we spent almost ₹500 billion for the past election. $500 billion. In case you guys are not aware, about 400 billion naira now we spent for that past election.
Half of that money, the Mahmoud carry and chop.
Exactly. Where they all use as they like. So $500 trillion. You don't count trillion before. IB. This is what these people used. So we don't have, Nigeria is broke. A lot of people are suffering in this country. So we cannot afford to, even if judiciary are not satanic, they shouldn't even call for a rerun. Where's the money? You have to have some sympatheticness for this country. You have to have empathy for this country.
Mr.
For
Evans.
you. How would you declare a rerun? A
Mr. Evans, sorry to interject you quickly. See, they're not going to declare, I'll tell you why. My reason. The judiciary, they are supposed to be learned. Now, do you want to declare a rerun? Who will conduct the election? When the body that conducted the one that you are trying to solve is still the one that is going to conduct that rerun, it's not possible. You understand?
All right.
Because ideally, INEC, if they were independent, it's not supposed to be part of the defendants in the presidential election petition. For the fact they were part of the defendant, that means they cannot conduct any rerun. So the judiciary will come out with a verdict. And failure to come out with that verdict. This is my 1 minute, Niger Watch. I'm sorry to interject you and those summarize here. Let me say this, a rejoinder to my last submission. Niger Watch does not stand for any violence. Niger Watch does not stand for any anarchy. Niger Watch is a political platform where Nigerians come to express themselves and share ideas, but with a verse. Some people are vexing. Many people are vexing. We cannot express it here.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Judicial Brent. Obviously, I know, so many people, they vex. A lot of people, a lot, millions of Nigerians are very bitter right now. So that's sure. Thank you very much, everybody. Garcian doesn't look like he's there. I wanted to give you a minute as well, but
No, I am.
Oh, yeah, okay. I think you
I
just
am. Okay, no. Thank you. Thank you, Niger. Actually, usually the last word belongs to you. Belongs to you in the sense that we've come a long way. Like now you started. When you started, and then until we brace the tape, the alota they say must continue. But from all indications, the gospel you've been preaching here, the enlightenment is not there. they say all eyes on the judiciary. Everybody knows what is at stake. That all this they are doing shenanigans now. They are talking of that Fashola issue. What I want to clear is it really true that soldiers cordoned off his residence in Abuja? I don't know. For whatever reason it may be, there must be an element of truth there. You see, what they are trying to do, when we say all these things, they've taken Nigerians for a ride for a long time. They had better just declare P2B winner. This and I don't see anything before. If you talk of because the way to do it is this. Only I don't have no, there's not much time. The way to do it is this. Before you talk of rerun, it means that the people in the first ballot they are neck and neck. In other words, everything is tied in every way, which is not true. You don't go to penalty shootout if one side is leading. That is when you say there's no way. We've tried penalty, we've tried 90 minutes, no way. We've tried extra time, no way. Therefore, let's go to penalty. That is when you now talk of this. So when they are playing all this dangerous game, they should be careful. That's what I'm only asking. And Niger Watch, let's still come here and be doing the business, because Nigerians are listening to us and they've seen it. There is no way this election cannot be declared for whatever it is worth. Nobody can accept that. What is happening, I don't pray for, a misunderstanding or something like that. Oh God, I don't pray for all those things because I don't even like it. I don't want to waste the red oil. But the thing is, you can't push the people to the wall. A lot people invested a lot of emotions on this election. No election has been like this since records began in Nigeria, because from both diaspora and Nigeria, people mobilized. People paid money from abroad. Go and get your PVC. Please try and vote. This is a Papa Mama Pikin. They printed it, put it on back of your mobile phone. You'll be looking at the logo. B won't be there. All you see is we did everything humanly possible at a personal cost to each and every one of us. So for somebody to feel that they can just rubbish it and feel that it's inconsequential, well, may God help the person. But as far as I know that something must have to give, and this is the time, because at a certain point in one's life, Nigerians must have taken a stock that, look, it is now or never, and it should be now. So please, the panel or whatever, just declare the result to give Nigerians Christmas ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
and,
much.
To add something to what you said earlier, CJ, you remember this issue about Fashola? There must be some truth about it. And I think that is what led Festus Keyamo to package his whole family and was about to flee before they called him for this confirmation hearing. So I think they are getting the hint that the people are not happy with them. Keyamo may not be the only one that was planning to run away with his family. Or some of them must have run away also as we speak.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you. All right. We need to end this broadcast right now. Tomorrow again, by God's grace, we'll be coming back here by 6 p.m. I might randomly come out. As you all know, my ear did there, my eyes did there. We don't know. Breaking news can come out anytime. So you guys stick with us. If you know you subscribe to Niger Watch, press the notification bell, because you don't know when it goes sets. As it sets. Exactly. Yes, so I just want button away without press and without their life already. So we're gonna get that one for mine. So subscribe with us. Make sure that notification bell, turn it on, put it for all, so that you'll be notified whenever I'm on air. I appreciate every one of you. Once again, everybody that came to the panel, God bless you all, my people. I appreciate you all. We argue here every day. We agree, we disagree with each other's. Let's always show each other's love. I appreciate you all. My people right down in the comment section. Remix K, I can see you right there. God's grace. Thank you. Paul Carter, thank you. Look up. Thank you very much. You say, if not
a platform like Niger Watch, I won't have lost hope in Nigeria. Okay, I understand. Yeah, many of us here we are giving ourselves hope. Thank you very much. Mother of all mommy diaspora, thank you very much, mommy. We appreciate you. We love you for all you do for us. Madam Ame Bright, thank you very much. Sad that your network was not good enough today, but hopefully tomorrow you try again and be good. Oh, you be saying I post out a link. Oh, it's too late now. If I go post out a link now, not be only you go come in. You go reach you go reach 2 million people will go park enter this panel. Even though that 1 minute I will give all of them. As they talk to you, so we need to round up. But tomorrow, another day again.
No, give them Niger Watch. Don't worry, give them. Give them
what?
No, put the link, let them come, even if it's for 30 minutes, give them, because I know what your platform means to most people. It doesn't mean, even if, please, even if it's for 30 minutes, tell them 30 minutes, let them share 1 minute or 2 minutes. Please, just give them.
Madam Ame Bright, come in now. Mona quick come in now. Only 1 minute, I want you give 1 minute. Oh,
now, because I say 1 minute, okay.
Now 1 minute you talk on Garcia.
Okay, I don't increase them to 2 minutes.
How about 1 minute from me too? So that would be 2 minutes.
It becomes 3 minutes now.
Oh God.
Please give them. People come here to relieve. It's a lot of therapy we receive here, to be honest, because particularly when people in Nigeria are listening, people call me to tell me, say, look, they hear Nigeria. I say, yes, because nothing we could do, because they are really in dire straits, to be honest with you. This is a hope Obi should have been given since May 25th. But look at where Nigeria is now. So please allow them at least, for them to be awake, wanting to join. It's the interest that matter, not that we are big, but they want to. So which means it's the interest.
But say, Augustine, this work one of the see so.
I know now.
You think say easy, right?
How it go easy? If which work easy in life? No, do you know what it means to enlighten people? You think it's easy? It's not. I know, we know, but don't worry. The decision you took without consulting anybody, it means you saw ahead of so many people. So that's why people are following you. After all, you didn't put it to vote. Who do we go? You just decided and stuck to it. Even when some of your lieutenants left you or those of your friends. But today, you are being vindicated. So,
sorry, I just saw that right now that Arafai was rejected as a minister.
No.
Yeah, I just saw it. It's breaking.
Yes, I know. I wanted to discuss it tomorrow.
Okay, sorry.
Let's just take it on this segment. All right. Okay.
You don't say.
Mr. Elvis, do you say you are bringing Obaseki and Shuaibu here?
No, the deputy governor. I did say Obaseki. Deputy governor to Obaseki.
Is that Shuaibu?
Yeah. Philip.
On Wednesday.
Okay. Is he coming to answer query or what's
whatever it is? Whatever it is.
I'm going to select people that will join us if he allows that at all. That will join the panel, because I don't want people to come in and start insulting my guest all the time.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, it's not good. I've said it before.
Mr. Najawa,
must talk. Hold on, sir. In the name of we must talk and insult our guests. It's not a good thing. The person that you insult today will not come back to your panel. That's it. Not be you they feed them. He will not come back again, because you already let him know that you are a lion, you eat people. He will run away. If you call him.
It's not about who will chop people here. With your carnivorous animals here will chop you.
No.
No.
Niger Watch, I see it this way. You invited somebody into your house. You can't harm the person.
Exactly.
If the person get crashed, like say the person come blindly the way people enter here, and you happen to discover it is him, you can now say, but this one, you invited him, he is coming, you are hosting him. So assuming it's a normal host, you present him with cola, or do you want cold water? Do you want a cup of tea or coffee? So when you give all these things, that is the hospitality, and then you turn back to humiliate. No, it's not good.
No, Mr. CM. The truth of the matter is that
you just
I believe that
what to do. Just tell people, set a rule. and don't just set a rule. People can follow that rule instead of.
I believe the panelists on Niger Watch are very, civil. And so far that we have been hosting guests here, we know one or two people that tend to, cross the line. But for the most part,
Exactly.
we
And
just said,
it is because of those people that Niger Watch is sort of issuing this caveat now.
yeah,
So
we know.
because it's an embarrassment to him
Yeah,
too.
but you should not use that caveat to. Okay, now for example, on the so Wednesday now reach and you say, okay, CM, you are not going to be asking questions. How will you feel on that day? Because one person that is not even constant here, which you know, I know, you now
Come and
well, I mean,
exactly to
you
come and
know what
muddy
to do.
the water the way they say. So anyway,
Yeah.
it's not good as a person because we invited him. So he's a host. You don't invite. It's an African hospitality. You don't invite people. Niger Watch. This is like your house. You don't invite people into your house, and they're prepared to come and interact with you. Only for you now to no. Because what if the person turned back and didn't come? Will you go somewhere and inform? If you want to insult anybody or whatever, go to the person but not when you bring. If we invite him here as a host, we are taking care of him. We are in his defense, just like somebody come to your house. You don't want the person to be harm to befall the person. So when the person comes, I'm not making an excuse, but then ask constructive questions that will even be beneficial or even help the person to learn. He said, look at the direction we are hoping, but not, that's what they call insult. Anyway, we all understand what is insult. So it shouldn't happen or to humiliate somebody. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
well, in light to that, I mean, well said, Dr. CM. What we can probably do is, let me know. Make I quickly order for better mortar Guinness and will be better suya.
For,
All of that kind of dry suya
for Texas, now Nigeria, you there or Texas?
we go full mouth for the deputy governor.
Now Nigeria, you there or Texas? Which one?
My brother, if not to DHL and whichever one we go do them. So you just put that table, that center table, put on there as not
Nigeria politicians, all the other pizza from abroad, they do breakfast.
I know sure say give us a mandate the original America. Which one be Mortar Guinness? For US, I've been Ikeja you they save they deceive us. So
There's Mortar Guinness here. There's Mortar Guinness in New Jersey.
okay, original Mortar Guinness or no be all this
Yeah, the one from Nigeria.
original one.
We have Fanta. All some of those things they bring.
Yeah, we get Odeku there.
Yeah, they here. Even Pami, but that their Pami no make sense because they look more whitish than the regular. I don't know.
If they want Agidi and pepper soup, if you can get it.
No, Agidi one. Me, they make Agidi for my house, so that one no be.
My beloved sister, you don't fit type for me before when they talk say too white.
No, I used to see it in the store.
But how person go America still they look for all those kind. You know which one be pan wine? If you want to drink pan wine,
Ghanaians bring it. It doesn't look. I used to see the bottle in African store. It doesn't look like it looks more.
No. That palm wine you see, it comes from the Caribbean now. It comes from the Caribbean.
I don't know where it comes from. I don't drink all this.
Yeah, it comes from the Caribbean.
I see it. That's just.
But that the shark. That be real palm wine. You know the enter. You understand?
They go down dilute them.
And that the enter. You understand? So you are better off holding your decum. You're not can like a few bottles.
All right. My brother, you don't take for inside. They say you know the enter.
All right. Please hold on. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Like I was saying just now, I'm going to switch this broadcast when I finish this statement to a new one. Let's talk about Aerofy quickly.
Okay.
Then I'll leave the platform for every one of you. You see, on this platform, I understand say body the pepper of us, including myself, but we must learn to listen to yourself when you are talking. If you talk anyhow in the name of make we talk am I be, nobody will be close to you. Why can't, let me say this, why can't anybody that is listening to me right now, why can't you ask yourself, say, as me, Elvis, as I dey talk rich for my media, as I dey talk rich, as I dey verse rich, as I dey call my government satanic rich, they are still attracted to my platform
many of them want to come to my platform. I don't know. What can you learn from that? It means that they know that I listen to myself when I'm talking, right? They know even me calling them satanic is even lesser than calling them moron. Like the other guy said, I've not been waiting to call them with that. This Senate that they were questioning. What you call them?
Keyamo.
No. This Senate they're forced to apologize. You know.
Keyamo now. Okay.
No, it was Bosum called him moron.
Yeah, that's the word he used. Moron.
Okay, that's the word he used, right?
Yeah,
so,
that's it.
Okay, but they ask him apologize and move on. You see, say me or can't come here now. I will be telling my guests, say, you be killer. You join the people where you go kill people. It is not nice. It's not nice. I don't feel talking before. Anybody that is coming to this platform, please listen to yourself. In fact, any question you want to pass to my guest, read it, proofread. When I was in university, before you submit your assignment, you know, my professor normally tell us to proofread up to 10 times. 10.
Yes.
You proofread first. Oga CM, you know, na UK day. You understand our educational.
So you want us to go use a Grammarly? People can use Grammarly too, right?
It doesn't mean even if you use Grammarly. Now the idea you go see say some sentence you go change, some paragraph you go remove or rephrase.
Exactly.
That's why you go to change. Change.
Even me, I don't write assignments. I've decided after proofreading for more than 5 times, I've decided already. Say now final submission be this. Just because I leave on for another 2 days, the day when I want you submit. If for Trinity, I want to submit them because we're submit at that time. I don't know about now. We're submitting online through Trinity. You know,
Trinity, yes.
You know, so as I want to say my submit online, I take another 1 hour, 2 hours.
Wait till they submit.
Okay, hold on first, please.
Now money.
Hold on, thank you. You know,
hold
on now. Oh God, I'll forget what I talk just now. Mona, hold on first. Thank you. You know, as I want to submit proofreading again, I get to see that error your devil the first paragraph. That one, the first paragraph, I don't pass more than 5 times or 7 times. It go your day your front there. Most of the things that many of you listening to me right now are looking for in life is in your street. You go buy ticket, go another country, 7 hours journey, 12 hours journey. You go there look for her. And the thing they this your own street. You know, so sometimes we have to, because tomorrow the position where these people did, so you go there. You're there. You know, and if we are also talking to these people, we shouldn't be generalizing. Say all of them, you know, all of them are satanic, all of them are no. Not be person for inside the Senate today. This man so wanna say put up for it. So we raise the hand. So our Labour Party person. I be not be this platform now still talking before. Say none of our leader Labour Party representative or Senate or whatever is talking.
Now Alex.
Yeah, Alex talk. Other people still talk. Say they talk. They talk today now. Not so many of now we don't present since. We're not present.
Alex no great talk now with the present.
It could be me. You know why I'm talking like this? It could be me. Because people feel criticize my little wrong. But the day where I go do good, you can't lock your mouth. You know, to talk now, your mouth will come the heavy you. Because if this man will talk so now, we don't see so much praise on her now. Then, what about if now you tomorrow? Please, when we are treating each other, let's be careful. It's very, very important. The way I will protect you, I will protect my guests. I will also protect my callers. I'll protect my commenters. I'll protect everybody, you know, insulting each other's directly or indirectly, passing our submission based on assumption all the time is not really good. You know, let's make sure that we, you know, because people will don't come, my senator don't come to my platform. You know, senior advocates don't come to my platforms. You know, many now know. You know, so if I was that bad as some satanic people as soon as be to say I bad, if you say these people they come to my platform, did you know Melaye wanted to come the other day? Now some of them pursue him. He listened. He was listening. The day I presented it, he was listening. The submission where some people give for this panel. Not be every time I can't talk again. When you are talking on the public space, the whole world is listening. Then listen to yourself when you are passing informations, when you are talking. If you talk, the same people you are talking, they are listening to you. Tomorrow, I say, make I invite, I go say, no. That platform, when I can go remind me, say, I'm the most useless person on. It go be as you get now. Eh?
Naja, can I say something?
So, yeah, go ahead.
You are an experienced personality in terms of journalism. You are experienced. You read it, and you know the kind of, you've known everybody at the way of approach, I believe, and from the voices of everybody, you can identify the person's voice. There's one thing I like you to note here. It's not that you don't treat everybody equal. You know everybody. I believe you know, because journalists, they are very wide in reasoning. You know, and you know the kind of, sometimes if some people is approaching a question, I think in journalism there's a way you cut them off. I believe there's a way you cut them off
My brother,
and
one thing
rephrase
you
and
must
tell him to
understand,
rephrase.
one thing you must understand is this, right? Now, 4 years at this studied film and media. I understand what you are saying, but one thing I also want you to understand: people easily pick offense, call you bad person, anyhow you want to handle them. As they talk, you stop on the way. You don't commit wahala.
No, it's your own guest too. You have to protect your guests. That is
And
one
that
thing.
is and that is what I was told when one of my guests came here. He was accused of joining the people that have been killing people before. You know, after the broadcast that day, the next day he talked to me. He said, this that was very, very unprofessional and it was very, very wrong. You shouldn't be allowed. The same person, they tell me so. You shouldn't be allowed such thing on your platform.
Yes, you should allow it. I agree. I want you to do that. You should allow it.
No,
Because
but
there are some people that come to talk
I like to
anyhow.
carry everybody along, and I also expect everybody to use their own, maturity, their own sense. Get some kind of thing where I want to talk. They heavy me. I believe say you are matured, you go know by yourself. So you go be as you get. It's not how body take the pepper person and all that. You get some people will go come here. Before they don't change now. You go insult everybody if they talk. Let me talk and all that, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, you say fine, you don't deal with me for a long time for my platform and all that. But at the end of the day, you are not even consistent anymore on my platform. What of say the same people who can say make me pursue that time, pursue all of them. You yourself, you are not available. You see, this is what I call selfishness. You are not available. It be like person who say me pursue your wife. You pursue and can't go marry him. How do you feel? It's the truth now. Person say your wife is not good. No, I'm not gonna take rubbish for woman. No, my wife don't talk to me like this. Not like you come first, go beat your wife, beat her, pursue and come on for us. You come say tomorrow. Now you see them carry your wife go restaurants. How you go your life?
Naija watch, you don't grow, you don't ripe, you don't overripe. So look at yourself as overripe plantain now. Everybody desire you. So stand gidigba because God dey your side. Everybody don't want chop ripe plantain now. So it's left for you to not make sure. Don't look at people's face. If you don't want me to come on to ask that man question because of my deal, well, it's okay. I respect that because
not everybody would think like you.
Everybody must think like you because you be red tomato to eat. Everybody must think like that. If you don't want to think like that, let you go and stay in the moon or with Chinese restaurant and stay there and eat. You got to respect the owner of the platform and you got to follow the ideal of the platform.
Even apart from respecting me, it's not really about me like that. It's about our guests. Apart from the guests, new person come platform. When we dey careful of waiting, we dey tell our new person.
Anyway, the thing is, part of it. First of all, number one, part of all these things, what they call editorial meeting or editorial decision or editorial policy, and that is left for you and your team. Then, secondly, I feel that when somebody comes, even if you know the person hold this type of view, by the question and the interaction, we can convert him. That is still good. Yes, we can say, look, this is your idea. This is our idea. Don't you think our idea is better? The person might be converted. But
For
the
me,
idea,
for example,
the idea of belittling somebody, no, it's not.
it's not nice.
No,
That's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
really. I
For
don't.
me, if
I
I want
don't.
to criticize somebody,
I
right,
criticize.
and
I
the
don't
same person is on
belittle.
my panel, I can say, for example, you've been part of the House of Representative members for the past 8 years, and your
Yes.
presence, so things happen in social constituency, even in
Yes.
your own constituency, even in so many other areas, and you didn't say anything. You know, how
Yes.
do you want us to trust you forever?
Exactly. That is not insult. That
That
is just
enough,
that
you
is
are finished him.
constructive. That is
Yes,
constructive.
that alone, you are finished him. Not be say you
Exactly.
come, you tell her, oh, Ali say, hello, sir. Thank you very much for coming to our platform. You are one of the satanic devilish person that wait. Eh? Please, let's all of us are learning
That
every
one
day.
a military junta process.
You know, all of us are learning every day, and you know, we should, you know, see Barrister Mike Ozekome. He has been to my platform 3 times now, right? You know, but the other day he was talking from another platform. He said, Mr. Yes Senate, Mr. Yes Senate, all they do is always grant loan. They don't care about the people that is dying. That's a constructive criticism.
Exactly.
Yes, it's a constructive criticism. You know, there's a way we do these things, and you know, we understand ourselves. But meanwhile, thank you very much, my people. Amaka Afojebi, thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate your consistency, for your continued support. May your pocket never run dry. Thank you very much, everybody that's listening to me right now. I'm gonna turn this broadcast right now to a second broadcast. I'm ending this one 100%. So I want us to talk about Erufai, and we discuss other discussion here. But another thing about it is that I'm not going to be here, you know, by myself for that long to do this together. But meanwhile, I appreciate every one of you right there. Please, I want you to, I'm going on the break right now. Refresh if you want to follow up with the next segment. All you just need to do is refresh, and then we take it from there. Now, God bless you now, my people.
Yeah.